You're watching the Nationwide Bassmaster Opens live.
Welcome into Bassmaster Opens Live, brought to you by Nationwide. The great state of Texas is where we are going to end our Bassmaster Opens season for the Central Division. Lewisville Lake, right there in the Dallas metro region, just south of where our Bassmaster Classic will be next year at Ray Roberts. Lake Lewisville, that's our location. Anglers just took off just a little bit ago. If you're just joining us to start this show, you saw a little bit of Facebook Live. We saw the guys getting situated. Less than 30 minutes of fishing under their belt already this morning, but we are excited to bring you final day coverage of the 2020 BassPro.com Bassmaster Central Open here at Lewisville Lake. We've got the field from about 160 or 170 boats down to just the top 12 pros and co-anglers. We'll have cameras of the top 5 boats today, watching their action while on the water. We got to talk to a couple guys at takeoff this morning. One of those guys being Greg Hackney.
Practice and really had a lot of pressure on me this week, and but things just worked out, and I really felt like after having such a good first day of the tournament that, man, I was close. I felt like if I caught anything at all yesterday, I'd make it, and I didn't catch a lot yesterday, but I ended up making the top 10 and guaranteed my spot into the Elite Series in 2021, and I am pumped. That's all I asked for this fall. That was my number one goal. Of course, that, making the Classic's a second goal, and I will have an outside chance today, to also make the Classic, but, it was all about going back to the Elite Series. One thing I've learned in my fishing career, you never take anything for granted, and I maybe in the past took that for granted a little bit, and now I know better than to do that. And so I'm fired up.
I had a great day. Day one yesterday was a struggle, and it's just the way this lake's fishing right now. You can really catch them one day and really struggle the next. So today's a new day. I'm gonna put it behind me. It's been awesome. I've had tons of support, my family, my friends, my sponsors. Thank you to everybody, and it's just been one of the most incredible experiences of my life. So ready to go.
I'm feeling pretty good about it. I've been able to catch a few fish out here this week. I've had an outstanding week out here. I couldn't ask for any more. Got a 6-pound lead going into the tournament. I'm fishing my strength for the day. I'm going to go back and just do what we can do. I'm going to at least try to catch what I have caught through the week. The problem is they've been beat up pretty bad. I'm fishing a very small area. There's been a lot of guys. There'll be other competitors in there with me, and we're getting along really well. Everybody's kind of got their places that they're fishing, and but I'm feeling pretty good about it. We're gonna go out and we're gonna catch 5, and we're gonna do good today.
That was our leader, Tommy Williams, heading out with a 6-pound, 3-ounce lead this morning. Pretty wide margin here on Lewisville, but anything can happen. He's got 2 local hammers behind him, Brandon Dillard and Brandon Hollingshead. Those 2 anglers being guides and locals on the lake. I don't know if Hollingshead's a guide, but I know he fishes Lewisville quite a bit. Both of those guys excited the opportunity to win today. If Hollingshead wins, he makes the Bassmaster Classic. If Dillard wins, he doesn't, but he gets to win on his home lake, take home some prize money. Hollingshead said he would love to make the Bassmaster Classic at Ray Roberts. He has won quite a bit of money there, especially in the spring when we would be there. So Hollingshead's looking for that today, a big bag to jump in there. And our 2 locals behind Tommy Williams both had a day this week where they've caught over 20 pounds. They've also had a day where they've only caught 2 fish. So it's been do or die here on Lake Lewisville. It's tough in the fall, but any one of these guys can get it done today. And Brandon Hollingshead started out with a quick fish this morning, a pretty good one as well. We will watch this one. Hollingshead's been throwing a finesse jig on some rock ledges, some rock drops. Very difficult to do that on day one. He only had 2 fish there, but yesterday 20 pounds puts him in 3rd place. A good shot going into the final day. And that is a good one to start his morning. Brandon Hollingshead trying to come from 3rd place. He only started the day 6'4" behind, though. 1 ounce behind 2nd place. We're having some issues with Brandon's mic, but we will get that going. A little bit of wind, a little bit of stuff. He's going to pull up his trolling motor, make a move, and our cameramen will be in pursuit. We will hope to get that situated as well, but we have 5 cameras out on the water today with our top 5 guys. Tommy Williams, Brandon Dillard, Brandon Hollingshead, Greg Hackney, and Brian New. There's Tommy Williams, our day 2 leader, fishing in a very tight area that has had quite a bit of boat traffic, but he has outlasted them all. Had 18 pounds on day 1, sitting in the top 2. Then he jumped up into the lead with another 15.5-pound bag yesterday. The most consistent guy we've seen so far at the top of our leaderboard. We will see today. Guys like Keith Combs, guys like Greg Hackney have ventured into this region of Lewisville and put some pressure on Tommy Williams' water, but Tommy has been flipping and throwing a spinnerbait. He's got a key little rotation there that he's been doing, but a lot of cover, as you can see how many laydowns and how many different pieces of cover he has. Tommy has been picking that apart as best as he can. Brandon Dillard on the right side of your screen. Currently in 3rd place because of Brandon Hollingshead, that's Brandon's name. Caught a 4-pounder that we saw, moved him into 2nd place, just 2 pounds and change off the pace. Brandon Dillard still without a keeper. Less than 40 minutes into the fishing day. Dillard busted out on day 1 out of the gates, 24.9 for Brandon Dillard on day 1. Had a wide margin. We thought, man, maybe this local, this guide who knows Lewisville so well, be able to break away and win this thing by a landslide. But yesterday, only 2 fish for 3 pounds, 4 ounces, and he said he was super thankful for that. He's not sure what the deal was, the difference. Day 1, there was a lot of wind and clouds. Yesterday, not as much wind at all. He wasn't quite sure. He hit some of the same stuff, but it did not produce for him. He could see fish on his graph, but not be able to get them to bite. That is the name of the game this week. But he has been starting up shallow some. A lot of different things battling at the end of the open season. You've got guys trying to win and make the classic. Tommy Williams will have that opportunity. He has fished all of the opens this year. Brandon Dillard won't, because this is his only open. You have to fish every open in your division and win one to make the classic. Greg Hackney right there looking to make the classic as well. He said he had an outside shot, 4th place coming into the final day, but 9 pounds and 5 ounces off the pace. An outside shot, he said, but his biggest focus this week was to make the Bassmaster Elite Series again and requalify, and he did that, leading the Central Opens points by just a hair. Even if he falls from 4th to 12th today, won't drop enough to miss out on the top 4. We'll get into all of that with the Opens point standings at some point today. Hackney does have 1 fish in the live well. A small one before our camera crews arrived. That was our word from the water that we got. Just a small one, 1.5 pounds for Greg Hackney. But it's a start. Anything to chip away the lead. And Tommy Williams felt very confident about his lead coming into today, but he also knows Lewisville has been do or die. Not the easiest to catch a limit out there this week, so he needs to catch 5 to ensure himself possibly winning. But we've also seen almost 25-pound bags, so big ones have lived here as well. A couple anglers noting that they've caught their personal best this week. Logan Latuso, son of Robbie Latuso, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro, and Logan's been so close to qualifying numerous times. Caught a 10-pounder here in practice. We have a 3-box with 1st, 3rd, and 4th. A lot of moving parts with the opens this week.
It's only about 100 yards I'm fishing, and I'll just fish down this side, that side, this, you know, it's a hole, a deep hole. We just rotating around it. They ought to be sick of seeing me.
That was Greg Hackney. Said a lot of variables this week. Dillard and Williams, we have a little bit of static audio with them, boat to boat. It's not as fluid sometimes as being in the boat like the Bassmaster Elite Series. So we're making do, checking out the pictures, seeing it when they catch one. But Greg Hackney, we just heard from him, said the fish in this area are probably tired of seeing him because he's just been going around and around.
I got a 3/8 ounce hack attack fluoro flipping jig on there and a rage crawl. I mean, that's pretty standard fall bait, you know. The water's cleaned up a little bit. I was catching them on a black and blue, and I noticed this morning the water's a lot clearer. They pulled the lake a good bit. Seems like it's cleaned it up, so I went to a Alabama crawl. I'll get you. Oh, you got it. Yeah. I've caught a lot of fish in here. I don't know how many's left. I mean, I really caught a bunch the first day, you know, so.
That noise in the background you hear is the 377 bridge. If you know the Dallas region, it crosses over Lewisville in a couple places, and Greg Hackney's fishing near one of those. By the background, it looks like he'd be in the middle of nowhere, but over his left shoulder is the highway.
You know, the reason this is good, this is the only, there's like a 100-yard stretch of deep water right here, and this whole entire bay up here is flat and shallow, and this lake's falling, and it just seems like all the fish that lived in all this stuff you see, it's just sucked them in this hole, you know, because of the, it's kind of textbook. I figured there'd be so many boats in here you couldn't fish, but there's only been a couple boats fishing in here besides me.
Hey, not to jinx us now. I don't believe in jinxing, but we have good service here at Lewisville, unlike some destinations, because Dallas is right over the lake shoulder right there in the Dallas region. So seeing all 5 of our anglers this morning so far. Brandon Hollingshead, I butchered his last name earlier, but I got it right there.
They have a largemouth.
He's on your left.
Pretty
Brian New
pleased.
is on your
I know
right.
you're probably not, but it'd be cool.
Hooked up.
There's got to be a largemouth there. Has to be.
Brian New has had a specific cast in a specific area that he's caught almost all of his fish yesterday. He had 16 pounds and change to move up to 5th. Looks like he's caught a couple in his last cast that are not largemouth. They have to be 14 inches if they're largemouth this week.
Your corner.
Brian New gonna make a quick move. Trolling motor down so he's not going far. Just gonna idle himself over there. New is one of those guys fishing all 8 of the Bassmaster Opens. We'll keep an eye on him as he makes his move. We'll get back with him, but with Brandon Hollingshead now. That's the big thing when you get close to the end of the year. You're looking at the points race, what they need to do. Brian New sitting 3rd overall inside of the top 4. And if you're wondering, it's a little different this year. We have 2 opens of divisions instead of the normal 3 that we've had the last couple years. 2 divisions, 4 events in each division, 8 total. And we're taking the top 4 anglers in the Eastern Opens Angler of the Year race, top 4 anglers in the Central Opens Angler of the Year race, and overall as well. If you fished any Bassmaster Open event, you are in the running to be entered into the overall, but if you fish all 8, you have a great shot at doing that. Brian New, one of the guys fishing all of them. He's 3rd behind Jason Christie, Mark Frazier, there he is in 3rd, and then Matt Robertson are your top 4 overall right now. New and the rest of the gang will have one more Eastern Open after this. That one's at Lay Lake. Has to catch him there. Got a couple fish registered on Bass Track already if you're keeping up. Brandon Hollingshead, 4-pounder we saw on camera. Greg Hackney, a 1.5-pounder before our cameras rolled up. Ken Iobi and Austin Cranford both have 2 1/4s. Moving them up the leaderboard some. They both started the day in 11th and 12th. Hollingshead's gonna make a move.
Yep.
Brandon was a little quiet about what he was doing yesterday on the phone, but I kind of coaxed it out of him. He said yesterday, less wind was great for him. Back over to Tommy Williams. We'll get into Hollingshead's info when he gets to his next spot. Tommy Williams has been catching, he called them bookends, a bunch of solid fish, but not any big ones, no kickers for his 34 pounds even over 2 days, 18.8 on day 1, 15.8 on day 2, averaging out to 17 pounds a day. It's been ultra shallow, a lot of company like we mentioned, but there's a pretty good population of fish up in this region. Keith Combs, Greg Hackney, some other guys have been in there this week. Obviously only 12 anglers today, so less pressure, but Hackney and Combs are both still fishing today. Williams said he's been getting along with all of them for sure. He's been using a flipping stick with a Zoom brush hog and then a homemade spinnerbait that he deemed the nickname a Tommy Bug. His style of spinnerbait. He's been throwing that around more flat, open areas where maybe stumps are, not necessarily up in these laydowns. But flipping a Zoom brush hog. He said in practice he found this deal and then it got better as the tournament started because they had a strong, stout wind from the south all of day one of the tournament, some on day two. It lessened up for sure. But that south wind has pushed a lot of bait up into these creeks, and that has helped keep the bass there during the fall transition. Water temperature this week, 62 to 64 degrees for a lot of these anglers on Lewisville. It didn't set the tone with the rules of the game today. If you're watching the Bassmaster Opens for the first time, well, it looks like Tommy Williams' co-angler is hooked up. Pretty solid fish right there. Bob Burgess, right there, the co-angler, Bob Burgess. He started his final day on the co-angler side in 8th place, about 5.5 pounds behind, but that's a good one to start his final day. He had 0 on day one, Bob Burgess did. Then 3 for 9 pounds yesterday to jump into 8th place for the co-angler side. That's a good one to start his final day.
Oh no, I see the mud bowl. I see where he came from. Yeah.
Michael Grossman with a swing and a miss in the back of Greg Hackney's boat. Michael sitting in 3rd, about 1 pound and 14 ounces behind the leader. He had the big bass of the tournament yesterday. So the co-angler side, a 6'4" Phoenix Boats big bass. This was his only fish yesterday, but that's a good one to have. He had 5-6 on day one for 3 fish. We were in the middle of the rules of the game when Bob Burgess hooked up from the back of Tommy Williams' boat, but 3 days of fishing, 5 bass limit for the pros, only a 3 bass limit for the co-anglers. They have to measure 14 inches this week, cut the field from 160 to 170 boats roughly, down to the top 12. And those 12 anglers vying for Elite Series points, like Greg Hackney mentioned earlier this morning. He qualified as of yesterday because he cannot fall out of that, so he did his job and qualified. Also, classic berths on the line for some of these anglers, as long as they fished every single Central Open this year. This being the last one, as long as they fished all of them, they can win today and make the Classic. I believe Brandon Dillard and Keith Combs are the only ones who haven't. Get confirmation on that. But the funny thing about Keith Combs, if he won today, he would make the Bassmaster Classic, but not because of his Opens win. It's very complex, but Keith Combs was 1 point out of the Classic field for the Elite Series points. And a win today wouldn't punch his ticket from the Opens because he hasn't fished all of them, but rather it would take the spot away from the Opens winner since he didn't fish all of them, and put it back to the Elite Series points would theoretically put himself in the Classic. So he does control his own destiny today. Tommy Williams controlling his own destiny in the lead. If he wins, he is in the Classic. Brandon Dillard, I mentioned him and Keith Combs. They have not fished all of them. Combs has fished 2 Opens this year for the Central Opens. Dillard just this one. We don't have eyes on Brandon Hollingshead But he caught a second fish, a 1.25 pounds, after he made that move from the bridge where we saw him. He moved and caught one about a 1.25 pounds. There's Hollingshead. Good start to his morning. 1 pound off the pace right now. Hollingshead said on day one there was so much wind coming from the south that he could not accurately and efficiently fish his jig. He's fishing a 3/8 ounce finesse jig offshore. Some of those transition places. Those rock veins that drop into deeper water. He said he couldn't feel it on day one. 12 to 18 feet's been what he's been fishing. And Greg Hackney hooked up live. Yeah. Second keeper for Greg Hackney. One for about a 1.5 pounds earlier. That one's probably about a 2 to 2.25.
Yeah. 5 pounds, I guess. About like the other one. Yeah.
Our leader, Tommy Williams, we've seen a fish enter his boat today, but it was from the back with Bob Burgess fishing as a co-angler, and Tommy has been flipping a Zoom brush hog primarily in all this wood, throwing a spinnerbait a little bit when it gets a little more open, but Bob Burgess might have caught that fish on a crankbait. He's been throwing that blackened chartreuse. Getting our footing today. Final day of the BassPro.com Bassmaster Central Open. Not only at Lewisville, but the whole season for the Central Opens. 4 events. We have been from the Arkansas River in Muskogee, Oklahoma. We went to Sam Rayburn, Jasper, Texas, Neely Henry, Gadsden, Alabama, and now Lewisville, right there in the Dallas metro area. We're excited to bring you live coverage today from the Nationwide, presented by Nationwide, and we know there's going to be plenty of action in store today. Tommy Williams, your leader, still in the lead, even though he has 0 in the boat today. He's had a solid lead over 2 days of fishing. Brandon Hollingshead, though, the local, not far, 30 minutes away from Lewisville, knows a lot about this place and has 2 bites so far. A 4-pounder right here and another 1.25 pounds brings him within a pound of the lead. Greg Hackney with 2 fish in the boat. This one we saw moments ago. Action's starting to heat up. These guys have been fishing for less than an hour. Takeoff was exactly an hour ago, which means with run time and spot changes, they have fished less than an hour. They're getting settled in. A couple fish for those guys chasing down our leader, Tommy Williams. That's the way your unofficial leaderboard looks right now. Greg Hackney's second keeper has not popped in yet, but that'll put him into third. Tommy Williams in the lead, still a pound or so. We've seen some other guys moving up the leaderboard like Ken Ioby, Austin Cranford from 11th and 12th into 6th and 7th. We've got 2 more anglers fishing down there at the bottom as well. Keith Combs, Billy Klein as well. We'll see you right after this commercial break. Bassmaster Live.
The Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live is brought to you by Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Yamaha, and by Toyota. You're watching the Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live.
Welcome back after commercial break. During our break, Greg Hackney out on the water. He didn't take a break. He kept fishing. And put another fish in the boat, I believe. This was moments ago when we were away at commercial.
God dang it.
Spoke too soon. I said it was a fish, but it was a bite. It was a miss. Looks like he broke off, actually. Back out with Greg Hackney live. He has now surpassed Brandon Dillard, jumped into 3rd place on Bass Track, behind Tommy Williams and Brandon Hollingshead. They're inching away, inching closer to Tommy Williams' lead, and 6-3 is a big lead for the leader going in the final day, but big fish have been coming into the boat this week. An 8-11 on day 1, that was the big bass. Yesterday was another 6+ pounder. Keith Combs has caught a 6-pounder this week. So big ones live at Lewisville, and it's the potential for anyone to make a jump up the leaderboard. Even on the co-angler side, it's very important for them as well. 3 fish limit, so a big one for them means so much more because they have limited amount of keepers that they can weigh in.
God dang, son. There you go.
Jeremy Montgomery, Brian News
Should've
co-angler.
flipped. Good job.
That's a good one. That is a good one for him, and he started the day 4th. About 2 pounds, 15 ounces, or about, look at my math, about 1 pound, 15 ounces behind. So that one definitely puts him in the running. Yesterday he had 2 for 8-11. Sounds like 2 fish that quality yesterday. And there we see Tommy Williams there. We mentioned it. And Keith Combs was going to come into that area at some point. Tommy said it on the phone last night that they've been super cordial, boat to boat, fishing, flipping different pieces of wood. And people might not like fishing close to each other, but on Lewisville, it's been tough. It's the fall. When you find a population of fish, most likely someone else has found them too. So you're going to have to share water with some of them, and that's just the nature of the game. You just have to play nice and be respectful. So Keith Combs went to a starting spot and making his rotation around his couple areas and popped in to say hey to Tommy Williams and fish near him. Four box there. Pleasant sight to see.
And everything else in here. I think it'd been in this bag right here. How about right there? Right there. I'm going to a shimmy stick. That fish was on a Strike King finesse worm, the one I broke off. But I'm like, if I could use a little bigger hook. And he caught that fish on, some type of stick bait, wacky rig, but. So, watermelon, shimmy stick.
Greg Hackney making an adjustment, been flipping a jig all week. Told us about his color change because of clearing up in his area somewhat.
It's a little bit beefier and I can handle it a little better if they'll bite it than that worm on that lightweight. I just got an 1/8 ounce tungsten sinker on there.
Switched up to a stick bait, a Strike King shimmy stick.
cut that fish not a foot of slack in the line. I was like, God, I knew it was a big one. I might have given it a little too extra too. And as I was going down, he was just straight away from me. He was through that brush, and then I've been used to swinging with that 25. Where I could just swing as hard as I wanted to.
Got 5 cameras out on the water today. There's a 4-box and our 5th angler, Brian New. We saw his co-angler catch a good one just a couple minutes ago. Jeremy Montgomery from the back of Brian New's boat. New is from the Carolinas, my neck of the woods. So of course when I called him yesterday, was not a shock for him to say, been fishing docks, as many as I can, almost all of them on Lewisville. He said, I can get around and do that pretty quickly with how quick I fish. Bummer for Jeremy Montgomery, breaking off right there. Couldn't get it unhung in the rock. But New said, yeah, he's been covering water, fishing docks. He'll be able to, he said he was very happy to make the top 12 because that means a lot less people are going to be fishing those docks.
All right, let's roll. It's my turn to catch a 4-pounder. My turn.
Back to Tommy Williams and Brandon Hollingshead. Yesterday's day of competition finalized a lot of different things. 3 Bassmaster Classic spots for the Central Opens were determined. Chris Jones at the Arkansas River winning that and fishing all the events solidifies him in another Bassmaster Classic. Masayuki Matsushita winning Sam Rayburn. Now punches his ticket. Cody Bird, same thing from Neely Henry, now punches his ticket. Possibly the winner today will do that. These 2 guys both fished all of the events. Tommy Williams and Brandon Hollingshead, our 1st and 2nd place angler. The only guys in our top 12 not eligible for the Classic via a win today would be Brandon Dillard and Keith Combs. We mentioned that earlier. Even though Keith Combs winning would get him in the Bassmaster Classic, it's just because it works out with the Angler of the Year points in the Elite Series, but that spot would go from the Opens to the Elite Series points list if Brandon Dillard or Keith Combs won today. Keith would do himself a favor by winning. because that gives the spot to him from the Elite Series points because he missed out by a point. Tommy Williams, our day 2 leader, still in first place. No fish in the boat right now. Had a 6-pound, 3-ounce lead, if you're just joining us, coming into today.
Oh, you cold?
I don't know what my problem is. Hey, he's wearing my damn jacket.
He said his like this blew out yesterday.
Eric Hagney and Michael Grossman talking on the right side of your screen. Let's see how cold it is down in Lewisville, Texas today. 67 degrees right now, 15% chance of rain through the next 30 minutes to an hour. Tommy Williams with a miss right there. Swing and a miss on the left side of your screen from your day 2 leader, Tommy Williams, his first bite of the day. Has to fish clean today to ensure it. He's got a lead, but catching 5 today would be very difficult to beat him. Knowing that a limit on Lewisville would probably be that 10 pounds or so range for sure in his area at least. Looks like Bob Burgess is hooked up from the back of the boat again. Another solid one. 2 fish for his 3 fish limit right now. He's got a shot to win this thing tomorrow, or today. This is where we'll see Tommy Williams and what he's made of. It's co-angler, 2 solid fish from the back of the boat. He has swung and missed on one. Doesn't have one in the boat right now, and watching him to see how he handles that. He said yesterday he almost got spun out. Seeing all the other boats in his area, but he stayed calm, cool, collected, and then caught enough weight to be the day 2 leader. There's 2 guys vying for the win this week, Greg Hackney, Tommy Williams. A lot on the line. Last open of the season, only 12 anglers fishing today. And this is how your BassPro.com Bassmaster Central Opens points race shaped out for the Central Opens. Jason Christie, Greg Hackney, Kenta Kimura, Mark Frazier, those are locked in. They are in the Bassmaster Elite Series for 2021. Now some of those will double qualify via the overall race with Jason Christie and Mark Frazier. Opportunities for Daryl Gleason and Paul Browning to make it as well. We'll be back after this commercial break.
Live coverage of the Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live will return after this short break. You're watching the Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live.
Welcome back to Lewisville Lake. Final day actions of the BassPro.com Bassmaster Central Open. There's your unofficial leaderboard right there. Tommy Williams still holding on. Brandon Hollingshead in second, Greg Hackney third, Brandon Dillard in fourth, Brian New in fifth. Not much changes. Your top 5 is still your top 5. They have just switched and flip-flopped positions a little bit. Greg Hackney during the break. Hooked up with 1. Has to be 14 inches to make the team this week.
He won't keep. He won't keep, I don't think.
And I do not believe that it did keep. I think he threw that one back. Still only with 2 keepers in the boat.
Okay. Looks like I'm going back with Arkansas. I don't know what happened to the Tigers. I'll be honest with you, if I was a betting man, I hate to say this, but I'd have to bet on the Razorbacks. I mean, just calling a spade. Right now, they look like the better team, or they have, you know.
What happened to LSU? Too many people go pro?
I guess. And then, you know, a couple of them set out because of the, you know, the deal. And then, but I mean, you know what? There's a bunch of high-powered recruits playing. And I like that the boys that are playing were highly talented. The deal, you know, so I don't know.
Tommy Williams and Greg Hackney, left and right, doing the same program, just a little slight difference in area. They have shared water, they've seen each other a little bit, but Tommy's been fishing in predominantly one or two main regions. This main area, and then Hackney has popped in and out of some different places towards the end of his day. Greg Hackney's breaking up a little bit right there. Couldn't get Greg on the phone last night to get some info about what he's doing, but we get to watch him today, and I'm seeing it just like you guys are for the first time. Tommy Williams, our leader now, still plucking away at his main area, picking apart every piece of cover. He's flipping a Zoom brush hog. And now a 2-box with first and second place right now, separated by a pound. Brandon Hollingshead with a good start, a 4-pounder to kick off his day, and then a 1.25 pounds or so, second fish. Our other cameras are moving around out there. Hackney broke up just a second ago. Brian New making some moves. Brandon Dillard making some moves. So these two guys we're watching first and second right now. Two totally different approaches. Tommy Williams fishing ultra shallow, ultra slow. Meanwhile, Hollingshead fishing 12 to 18 feet of water, he said. The bait has been in 18 to 21 feet of water. He says he really doesn't think that the fall transition has happened, nor does he think it will completely happen. He thinks those fish are gonna just stay in their late summertime patterns, which is where they would be in the winter. And that because of the warm days, cold days, warm days, cold days in Texas, that those fish really haven't made a move. And he thinks that they're going to stay probably where they're at. We might not see the influx into the creeks as much as you normally would this time of the year. Yesterday he got 5 bites. He stopped, he's a local here, but he didn't even practice during the official practice days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of this week. He stopped practice last Friday because he was so dialed into what he thought he should do. And he was completely right. Day one threw him for a little bit of a curveball with the heavy wind.
Yes, sir.
Hooked up live right now.
Yes, sir. That's a big one. That's a great big one. That's a great big one. Get up in this boat, son. Come on, help me just in case. Be a bass. That can't be a bass. There ain't no way that's a bass. Please be, though. Nope. I told you, but it felt good. Junk fish. I'm the trash fish master of Lewisville.
Big old catfish for Brian New. I said that was live. That was just moments ago. Now we're live with Brian New.
The old kitty cat done run off all the bass, I believe. He's about to run me off.
Quad boxing it. Tommy Williams, Brandon Dillard, Greg Hackney, Brian New. All in your top 5 still.
Yeah.
One bass the size of that catfish, and then like a couple keepers, we'll call it a stellar day.
We just saw that quad box, and with our 5th angler as well, Brandon Hollingshead. We've got a couple different patterns going on. Brandon Dillard's kept it honest both shallow and deep around the brush and offshore. Meanwhile, Tommy Williams, Greg Hackney have all been up close and personal to the structure all morning. Meanwhile, Brian New and Hollingshead have fished offshore. It looks like New was covering some water around some docks, but it looks like he's pulled up to an offshore spot where he caught that big old catfish. So a little bit of diversity going on, like we mentioned. Some of these guys don't think the fish necessarily are gonna be up shallow as much as they normally would be this time of the year, just because of the inconsistency in the weather up until we officially have a cold snap in Texas permanently. But the bait fish has stayed deep for a lot of these guys. Now there is a population of bait fish that gets blown around with wind current, and that south wind on day 1 definitely blew it up into those northern creeks facing the south. You see Keith Combs and Andy Crawford over Tommy Williams' shoulder. Andy Crawford just taking photos. Not meaning no harm, just hanging out.
At least there's not 927 boats out of here playing merry-go-rounds today. I don't see this being a big pleasure fishing lake. Maybe it is, but there's got to be a lot cooler places to go than this. All right, crankbait. Good work.
Brian New, the voice you hear in the bottom of your screen. We're here in Brandon Hollingshead for the first time today.
Matt, 4 and 5. I got one about 4.
Tommy Williams still plucking around, doing his best. Keith Combs fishing in Tommy Williams' area within, or not his area, like he owns it, but just came into that region and fishing there as well, and got an update from Andy Crawford out in the water, the photographer you saw on the left side of your screen periodically. Said Combs has 0. Flipping and pitching around and probably winding a little bit. Throwing some moving baits. Back with Greg Hackney Live.
Dang it. Dang it. I don't know that he was that, if he would have kept anyway, I never really could tell how good he was. I don't think he's still in there either. Dang it. I ain't gonna get it out anyway. Damn, man. I tell you what he did, he slipped up on me. I was watching the line and couldn't tell that he got it. Dang it. I just, in my mind, he just didn't seem that big. I don't know. You know, I felt him, but he never pulled me back, you know.
Out with Brian New. Last time we saw him, he caught himself a big old catfish. It looks like he's hung up in the back of his boat, needing to trim up to advance down the bank. Jeremy Montgomery, his co-angler, caught a 4-pounder this morning. Definitely going to keep him in the running for the co-angler title this week. A lot of prizes at stake for the co-anglers as well. About an hour and a half into the day of fishing and our coverage here at Lewisville. 9 a.m. local time, 10 a.m. Eastern time. Halfway through our first 3-hour segment. Watching some catches from Greg Hackney. Brandon Hollingshead with a good one. He was in one of the closest anglers to Tommy Williams in the lead this morning. That one will help a lot. Unofficially, leaderboard hasn't changed too much during our last 30 minutes of fishing. Tommy Williams, Brandon Hollingshead, Greg Hackney, Brandon Dillard, Brian New in your top 5. Ken Iobi, Austin Cranford moving up from 11th and 12th into 6th and 7th. We'll be back at you with more coverage from Lewisville after this commercial break.
The Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live is brought to you by Humminbird, Mercury, Minn Kota, and by Talon. You're watching the Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live.
Welcome back to the BassPro.com Bassmaster Central Open at Lewisville Lake. Right there in Lewisville, Texas, just north of Dallas a little bit. Right in between Dallas and Ray Roberts. Ray Roberts, the host of the 2021 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook. One angler today will punch their ticket for the Classic if they fished all the opens. Brandon Hollingshead hoping to do that. He's a Texas local, someone who knows Lewisville very well, signed up for all the opens this year in the Central Division. Looking to win today to be able to make the Bassmaster Classic on Ray Roberts, a place that he has a lot of experience on as well. Hollingshead switching it up. We've seen him fish a couple offshore areas. Now he's fishing near, it looks like a marina bulkhead. Tommy Williams, our day 2 leader, fishing right there. Keith Combs fishing right near him as well. Combs hooking up with his first keeper of the day. Has to be 14 inches to be a keeper. Looks like that's keeper number 1, about a 1.5-pounder, Keith Combs. Replay here of Combs with his first fish of the day. You see Tommy Williams peeked over when he heard the hook set and the splash, and then looked away when he boated the fish. Keeping his head in the game, trying not to get spun out that he hasn't caught one yet, and that Combs came in here and caught one. His co-anglers caught a couple. Tommy's had that cushion, though, a 6-3 lead over second place. And he mentioned on the phone a couple times last night that he and Keith Combs have been more than courteous to each other. It's been great. You could see him communicating there after Combs caught that one. Both trying to survive today and win somehow to make the Bassmaster Classic. Quad box with Williams, Hollingshead, Hackney, and New. Mentioned it this week. Pros and co-anglers battling for a lot on the line. The Mercury Top Cash Co-Angler Award, over $16,000. The Skeeter Top Cash Award for the pros, over $35,000. And a classic berth if they fish them all. Points going towards the Elite Series as well. We mentioned it, Greg Hackney clinching his berth back into the Elite Series yesterday. The top 4 in the Central Opens have clinched their berths. That would be Jason Christie, Greg Hackney, Kenta Kimura, and Mark Frazier have made the Elite Series from the Central Opens. But guys like Christie, guys like Frazier, and even Kimura have a shot to qualify in the overall standings as well, which would conclude after Lay Lake in the next one. And the way we're taking our 12 invites from the Opens this year, 4 invites going to the overall qualifiers from both divisions total. Overall, those 4 spots first, then any double qualifiers, any Elite Series pros, any guys already in that overall standings qualification, we will skip them in the Easterns and Centrals. So with Jason Christie being in with the Centrals, if he holds serve at Lay Lake and qualifies overall, we will skip him. Same with Mark Frazier, skip him. And it'll work down the Centrals and the Easterns list. Guys like Daryl Gleason and Paul Browning, hoping and praying that Christie and Frazier stay at the top 2 for the overall standings. Those 2 double qualify. That means 2 more Central spots open up. 12 total invites. We are working down the list in terms of skipping double qualifiers, but not working down the list in terms of if someone declines an invite to the elites, we will not try to replace that spot. Only 12 spots given, and a possibility of 12 accepted. Anything that's declined is just less to the Elite Series field next year, which should be, with no one getting removed from the elites this year, with 88 anglers, adding another 12 plus an open, plus a nation winner, 13 anglers. That would be 101 or so in the Elite Series field next year, give or take. Tommy Williams looks like he's making his first move today, pulling up his trolling motor, gonna idle out of there. Making some adjustments. He did say he had a couple areas. He had 3 main areas. One of them exclusively flipping with a zoom brush hog. The other one able to throw a spinnerbait a little bit. Maybe where he's heading now. I know a lot of people are eagerly anticipating the Opens schedule being released for 2021. Folks for the first time fishing the Opens, folks who always fish the Opens, and anglers looking to make the Elite Series. We'll announce that schedule soon, along with the Elite Series schedule. Should know within the next 2 weeks or so. Because the last Open of the year, the Eastern Open at Lay Lake, is December 3rd through the 5th. We would have a schedule out by then, so those official invites can be sent and they know that they're accepting the invites for what schedule they're fishing. It's been a fun 2020 season. Fun in terms of the fact that we've gotten every single event in, have not canceled any events permanently, been able to postpone them and make them work in the fall. We saw some interesting swings in the south for Gunnersville, Chickamauga, Santee Cooper, and Fork for the last 4 Elite Series events.
Back, there's a boat coming. I don't know where else he would be going.
Clark
I'm just gonna
Windlet
crank
winning
up
the
and
Angler of
idle
the
back
Year
here to the bridge. And
Greg Hackney gonna idle to his next spot, back to where we just saw him fishing a couple minutes ago. Making haste with it before another boat might get in there. Back with Brandon Hollingshead. Fishing looks like a boat ramp. To be honest, it looks exactly like the boat ramp that Brian New and his co-angler were fishing just a couple minutes ago before they made their move. Got Brandon and Brandon. 2 Lewisville anglers seasoned here on this place. Haven't heard from Dillard today in the term of fish catches. Been slow for him going so far. He was the one who shook up everyone in the industry watching Bass Track on day 1 when people on Bass Track had 4 for 5 pounds or 4 or 5 pounds in general or 10 pounds, and then all of a sudden Bass Track came across Brandon Dillard, 24 pounds. And an 8.11 as well on day 1. He was your day 1 leader. Dropped back to second yesterday, 1 ounce ahead of Brandon Hollingshead. Looks like Dillard might be making a move. Not going to run out of spots for him today. I did ask him, what part of the lake you staying in? And he's like, all of it. Definitely knows a lot about this place as a guide here in Lewisville and the Dallas region. Watching the duo of Brandon Hollingshead and Jorge Benitez, 2 Texans. Jorge came into the final day on the co-angler side in 7th, about 4 pounds 3 ounces behind Joe Lee. And Hollingshead moved up from 3rd to 2nd. 2 fish in the boat. He's cut that 6 pound 4 ounce lead over that he was behind.
Yeah, I've been on the conference call all morning since.
He's cut that lead down to just 1 pound with 2 of his keepers, 4 pounder and 1.25 pounds. This is the 4 pounder this morning. Brandon Hollingshead with another one right there, a solid one. Put his 3rd keeper in the boat. It's like at least a 2 1/4. That'll move him into the lead. Our first unofficial lead change of the day. Brandon Hollingshead, 3 fish in the boat. Made up that ground as we see Tommy Williams just left his area to make an adjustment. It's about the time. It's been 2.5 hours or so since they launched. No fish in the boat for Williams. He's making a move. Meanwhile, Hollingshead, 3rd keeper right there, going to retie because he was around that dock. Good start to his day. A surprising 2 fish for 7 pounds for him on day 1. Not able to fish as slow or with the weight of the jig, and that's what we mentioned. He has thrown a 3/8 ounce finesse jig, a little bit deeper, whether it's in the marina or it's on an offshore rock pile or a ledge, so to say. Couldn't feel it, but when he'd up it to 1/2 ounce, it would fall so much differently. He'd get hung up a little bit more, and he wasn't able to fish it like he wanted. He's got a little bit of round rubber in that jig, a little bit of silicone. Brown round rubber, watermelon silicone, just a couple strands just to give it something a little different. But it's such a small, compact jig that it just looks like a little ball, he said down there, when that round rubber flares out like it does. Just a non-intrusive little jig that he...
I don't know. It seemed like a good day for it, but it might just, this is different. I don't know.
Said he has 20 years of history here as well. Now we're seeing a 3-box with Brian New, Greg Hagney, and Brandon Hollingshead.
Well, we left one because he caught it.
Greg Hagney noting that the guy who just pulled into his area just caught one. He said we left one for him, obviously, because he just caught one. Brian New. We could probably say with good certainty he's a protege of Brian Thrift, and you can see it by how many rods he has on the front deck of his boat and how neatly they are organized. It's their way of fishing, just keeping everything in play here at Lewisville this week. He said he's caught him on a chatterbait, caught him on a jig as well.
Makes no sense. Looked like a 4-pounder.
Brian New fishing around some of the small houses on Lake Lewisville in the Dallas region. Definitely a metropolitan type lake. There are certain areas like Greg Hagney's fishing. The north, far north end gets pretty wild with the structure that you can fish, how backwoods it is, but plenty of docks and populated areas here on Lewisville. And you'll notice on the side of Brian New's boat, right there by his driver console, cameraman will get a good shot of it at some point today. It says just married. Congratulations to Brian New on his wedding, and he went on a honeymoon for the Opens. Tommy Williams hooked up. That is a good one for Tommy Williams right there. And that is in the region that him and Greg Hagney have seen each other in this week. That's the boat that Greg Hagney said he mentioned. Seen in one, catch one. That is Tommy Williams, our day 2 leader. That is a good one. A little nerve-wracking there to see if he was going to land that one. It was getting a little hairy there.
I just didn't even think about it coming off. I was just I couldn't pull it out, so I was just holding it. It was working its way out of that brush.
Did the hook? Did you break off?
No, the hook point seemed like it dulled the hook point. Whatever happened. I don't know if I might have stuck it in that bone in its mouth or what. Damn, it bit too. It bit like that when I broke off. It just slacked the line. I'm like, what the shit?
Right up on that tree.
But that I have fished 1,000 times, but that's the way it is. I mean, we've already I seined it. He just caught that one up there in a place we just seined. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what he's throwing, but.
Greg Hagney talking about how many times he fished that tree that Tommy Williams just caught that good one out of. We had our first unofficial lead change with Brandon Hollingshead probably jumping into the lead with that third keeper of his, but Tommy Williams going to retake that. Saw some action that 30-minute window right here. Brandon Hollingshead adding his third keeper. Keith Combs adding his first keeper. Tommy Williams adding his first. Greg Hagney keeping us entertained as he's figuring it out here on Lewisville. Some tight quarters fishing. Meanwhile, some guys fishing offshore as well. Brandon Hollingshead has kept it honest all over the lake, fishing marinas, fishing some offshore spots as well. Brian New fishing docks. Brandon Dillard keeping it mixed up. Tommy Williams finally getting off the schneid, catching his first good one. I'd say that's a 3.5, 4 pounder. We'll go with 3.5 on that one, at least to kick it off. That'll keep Tommy Williams in the lead. Williams' fish and Hollingshead's latest fish, both of those not in Bass Track yet. When they pop in, we will get an updated leaderboard after this commercial break. Join us. We're into the last couple portions of the morning segment, seeing some fluctuations in the leaderboard. Join us after this commercial break.
Live coverage of the Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live will return after this short break. You're watching the Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live.
Welcome back to Lewisville Lake, and there's your unofficial leader, Tommy Williams. He's been the leader almost all morning, but that was because of his big Day 2 lead. He surrendered that during our last segment and then gained it right back, feeling a little better about his day so far after catching a 3 3/4 pounder, 4 pounder roughly. Split the difference, 3.5 to 4 pounder. You just call it 3 3/4. Greg Hagney, Tommy Williams now fishing in a similar area. Unofficial leaderboard. Brandon Hollingshead, his third keeper, has him within 2 pounds of Tommy Williams. Tough go of it right now. Tough for Tommy Williams. Swing and a miss earlier, then he catches a good one in a new area and then just Lost what seems like a good one based on his reaction. Top left of your screen. Shake it off. Keep his head in the game. He still has the lead. He doesn't know that, but every bite has been crucial on Lewisville this week. Blake Watley jumping into the top 5. Brad Watley's brother.
I said that was a big one. I never moved her. She just laid there and shook her head. Damn. 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 I ain't lost a fish all week.
Lost 2 already. That's 3.
I know. Believe me, I know. There shit. I wasn't gonna let that one get away. That wasn't it. That wasn't what hit me. That's right. We'll catch all the little ones.
Greg Hackney, Tommy Williams fishing within close proximity of each other. Williams just caught a non-keeper after losing what he said was a big one that he couldn't turn. Brendan Dillard still fishing offshore. Brandon Hollingshead switching from marinas to some individual docks. A lot of big concrete barriers and structures. Tommy Williams retying, making a little adjustment. So he's dipping a little bit and some chartreuse. Williams from Kentucky, I said, so you must fish Lewisville often, sarcastically, and he said, yep, first week. It's treated me well. Hollingshead's making a move. Greg Hackney digging around looking for some baits. One thing we mentioned yesterday with day 2 coming to a close, a lot of our Angler of the Year points races are getting solidified. This is your BassPro.com Bassmaster Central Opens leaderboard. The event ends today. The season is done today. Top 4 will make it from the Centrals to the Elite Series. Right now, that would be Jason Christie, Greg Hackney, Kenta Kimura, and Mark Frazier. The deal this year, though, is that they take not only the Centrals and the Easterns, the top 4 in both, but also the overall for the Falcon Rods Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Jason Christie and Mark Frazier, you notice those 2 names are on the Centrals and the overall. That means if these 2 anglers stay in the top 4 overall, they will punch their ticket from the overall division, thus moving 2 open spots over to the Centrals, which would mean Daryl Gleason, Paul Browning. They would both make it to the Elite Series. Not enough movement today with only 12 to bump any from the Centrals, but guys like Justin Atkins, KJ Queen, they are also in the running. The gap from Atkins to Queen is pretty significant there, 32 points. But with a 150 boat tournament, 32 points is very doable. Justin Atkins, and you saw right there, 4th place, Matt Robertson, won our Eastern Open on Cherokee. He is in 4th overall, and he needs to make it in that top 4 to make the Elite Series. Justin Atkins doing well in the Eastern Opens and overall, hoping to notch his berth into the Elites at Lay Lake in the next event. Lewisville threw a lot of wrenches into the deal. Guys like Jacob Porosnik struggled, only 1 fish this week. Scott Martin, only 1 fish this week, dropped from the top 5 or so in overall points race down to 11th place. Going to have to do a lot of work at Lay Lake, but he is in the top 5, top 4 overall of the Eastern Opens points. So guys like Scott Martin, Justin Atkins, Matt Robertson that are fishing all of them will have their opportunity. 1 more shot, 2 more guaranteed days at Lay Lake in the next event. That'll be a fun Eastern Open to end the season of Bassmaster Live. We got 2 more days of Bassmaster Live, really 1.5. Half of today, and then we've got 1 more day of the Lay Lake Open. You won't want to miss that. We just got done fishing Lay Lake for the College Classic bracket this week. Congratulations to Trevor McKinney for punching his ticket to the Bassmaster Classic. Also representing the College Series on the Bassmaster Opens all of 2021, possibly jump-starting his career in professional bass fishing. He's one who has accolades at the college level and the high school level. Proved his worth, and he outlasted all of the college anglers to make it to the top 4 of the championship, and the top 4 teams made the bracket. He beat out his matchups, including his teammate Blake Jackson on the final day, to win and make the Classic from McKendree University. So, Classic spots dwindling down as well. I believe we have 1 more team champion, 1 more from Lay Lake, and 1 from today. I think there's 3 Classic spots left. Williams hooks up.
Short. Oh, come on. Come on. Wow.
Close, has to be 14 inches.
Man, it's just not your day.
Brandon Hollingshead. Still second place, 2 pounds behind unofficially. Brandon Dillard on the left. These two are the Lewisville locals. And I don't say locals as a negative. They are the guides and anglers that fish Lewisville a lot and have done well. They've put in their time over their life. 20 years of experience for Hollingshead. I don't know how much exactly for Dillard. Dillard said it's been temperamental on Lewisville. It's been feast or famine. He's just doing what he normally does out on Lewisville, fishing brush and rock offshore. Also has caught a couple up shallow on day one. He caught 3 up shallow on a spinnerbait, including a 6-pounder. The sun came out a little bit, so he started fishing some brush. That's when he caught that 8, 11, and 17 foot of water. I asked him what the water temp out there has been this week, 62 to 64 degrees. And he said they don't really get big schools out on Lewisville. They get 4 to 5 fish schools. So some of these brush piles might have 2 to 3 fish on them at times. But he likes to just, that's why you see a lot of these guys running and gunning, moving spots, trying to catch one off a spot before they move to another one. Both of these guys, Dillard and Hollingshead, throwing a finesse jig. The specs on Dillard's was a War Eagle finesse jig. Also throwing a 1/2 ounce spinnerbait, Texas Rig Yum Mag finesse worm. Meanwhile, Hollingshead just throwing that 3/8 ounce finesse jig, round rubber with some watermelon silicone in it, fishing those transition places. You see the two guys who know the most about Lewisville are fishing a little bit offshore compared to everybody else. Which is to be expected. They know more offshore spots. You can only cover so much ground for these guys in 2.5 days of practice. But it's cool you see guys doing what they do best. Williams loves flipping shallow cover in Kentucky. He's doing that. Greg Hackney, same thing. Brian New, he's a Carolina boy, loves fishing docks, doing that. Dillard and Hollingshead, locals here, doing the same thing as well. So a lot of different things happening, but they make sense on why they're happening. Brian New making another move.
Got my cricket, didn't you?
Tommy Williams is going to put on another Zoom brush hog.
Took my cricket. I bet that was old crappie.
I've seen a couple big ones.
Boy, I have caught some monster crappies down here, yes.
First day Sunday was throwing them down there, drink. I mean, we caught slabs.
Catching some big old slabs. I'm catching them old Blood River slabs, yeah. You know, it weighed 2 pounds.
breaking off than I am fishing or anything else.
Man, I got $1,000 worth of stuff strode down there. I always break it off just to keep from messing it up in case, because there ain't much of it. It's not like normally where you'd be fishing for.
Tommy Williams, Brandon Dillard, Greg Hackney, Brandon Hollingshead. These are your 4-box guys right there. The top 4 in the event as well. Keeping our eyes dialed on the leaders this final day, because it is getting tight. It was 6 to 7 pounds from first to third or fourth. And then it started getting farther down, 10, 11 pounds down to the bottom. It's still that mark, but the top is a little bit tighter. Brandon Hollingshead only 2 pounds back. Greg Hackney in range, still looking to get his limit. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Bassmaster Live.
The Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live is brought to you by Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Nitro Boats, and by Ranger Boats. You're watching the Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live.
Here we are in the World Lewisville Lake. Lewisville, Texas, just north of Dallas. You see that lake in the top left of your screen? That's Ray Roberts. That's where the Bassmaster Classic will be in 2021. To get there, you gotta win today at Lewisville. Couple anglers vying for that. The last shot of the Central Opens this year to try to win and make the Classic. Tommy Williams in the driver's seat of that race right now. Unofficially in the lead, 37 pounds, 12 ounces. Only one fish today, but it's a good one. 3.5 to 4 pounder. He's lost a couple, missed a couple. Definitely not fish clean so far.
Fishing pretty tough right now. I've lost 2 fish. I lost a big one back there a while ago, and I lost another good keeper in the other hole. I don't know. I'm gonna be moving around here a little bit. I'm gonna spend a little time in here, and I caught 4 right there yesterday, and and I just caught that 5 right there, and I'm gonna spend a little time in here. Caught 2 shorts back there. Like I said, and I lost one in that tree. I never moved. Just laid there, shook her head until he finally come off, and I'm gonna have to go check some spinnerbait fish here in a little while. Not too far down the lake, but I'll probably be doing this same rotation all day, and I know it's tough losing them fish on last day like that. It's just tough. I don't know. Nothing's changed other than the winds quit blowing. There was 2 footers coming through here. These were kind of my backup fish right here. I didn't know Greg had been beating on them for the whole day. I come in here yesterday and Greg was here. He was leaving, and after he left, I fished and made a pass. And like I said, I caught 4 right there, and I finished my limit out. But the wind was blowing through here, and it's been blowing against these 2 points. You're probably sitting in about 8 or 9 feet of water right there in that hole, and it's the deepest water. You run across 2 foot for half a mile there to get here, and it's just a deep hole right here that has been washed out from that bridge right there. I guess this is how water gets in this lake. That's the river, and once you go underneath that bridge, it's about that deep. I'd love to be up in them boats. but but give me another about 2 foot of water in about May. Yeah, we'd be right back up in there. But now, I think it's just a plain old seasonal pattern. I mean, you know, the water was falling. You know, it's cooled off. I'm hung up. And the shad has been in here pretty good. You can see the minnows on the TV here. And I don't know how everybody else is doing. I think Keith caught one over there while I was in there. He caught one, and that's how me and Keith had been fishing. You know, I've been fishing out, he's fishing in, and we've been getting along pretty well in there. He was fishing further back against the bank than I am, and I was fishing on the outside edges of the trees, and that seemed to be where the bigger fish were. He was catching 3 to my 1 in there, you know, but his 5 would weigh about 10 or 11 pounds, and you know, mine were, you know, I was catching the 3 and 4 pounders, but I didn't have nowhere near as many bites as what he was getting in there. And I tried to catch what he was catching, and I couldn't catch him, and he's tried to catch what I'm catching. He couldn't do it, so there we are. And that one there really kind of boosted me up. I really thought that was going to be, when I hit that fish, I thought it was going to be like a 7 or 8 pounder. He had me around that log right there, and all I could see was a bull coming up about that big, and I thought, wow, here we go. And but we'll take it. We'll definitely take it. Did you all get it on the film? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to fool around in here. I'm going to fish up to just about to where the 2 foot line comes. When that water comes in here, it just kind of starts tapering, and just about right there's a real sharp drop into this hole right here. It's full of minnows. And that's about as far up as I'm going to fish, is just about right there. And that's about the 2 foot mark from there and to where Greg's at right there. And other than that, like I said, I'm gonna give this about another, I don't know, until Greg gets done looking at me. And like I said, we've been fishing tight all week. I mean, it's been crazy all week long. We've had boats after boats. We're just gunning on top of each other, and then, you know, everybody seems to be catching a few fish, but I'm pretty sure we have fished that hole out over there. I mean, there's been, in any given time, there would be 5, 6 boats that you could have just, you know, flipped in each other's boats. So we're pretty much so out of fish over there. That's where I caught my first big bag day before yesterday. I had the 18 pounds out of there. Went in there yesterday morning. I caught one that was a little over 4, and I left them. And I came here, and like I said, I caught the 4 right there, and then I left and found some spinnerbait fish. And I'm going to be looking at them. I'm kind of hoping that maybe we get a little sun, a little more wind. It's just isolated stuff out on the flats, and I'm going to take a spinnerbait over and see if I can catch. I caught a really good one over there yesterday, and I'm going to go over and try to take a look at it again today, but we're going to seine this out pretty good first. So.
Tommy Williams breaking it down. We found out that it wasn't a 3 3/4. It was more of like
I hope my wife's watching me, and I'll see you tomorrow. I hope you all didn't see me lose them fish, but that's the way it is.
Closer to a 5-pounder for Tommy Williams. That's an important one. And while we were talking to him, he mentioned it, fishing close. Greg Hackney, not far from him. While we were talking to him, Greg Hackney hooked up with his 3rd one of the day.
Get in here. Never mind. What, as big as I thought, he was foul hooked.
Hackney's 3rd keeper, about a 2-pounder. And these guys, you know, you have those discussions, you have those talks about who's fishing where, how close you should get. It's all good, you know, when everyone's catching them. But at times you just try to figure out where to go and trying to let stuff rest while other guys are fishing around too. That's tough. You know, you want to let this tree rest and someone comes in and fishes it. And so you have that discussion and talk, and Combs and Williams have did that in their first area. Tommy came over, hit this area, and he's fishing around Hackney, and they talked as well about it.
What's that? I am. Dude, I've caught every fish I've weighed in this week has come out of here. I caught 16 scoreable fish out here the first day, and if I'd have known there was anybody coming, I would have kept burning them. I left here at 10:30 the first day. Yeah, so, I mean, just so, don't think I'm fishing in here because you're in here. I'm just, you know, I was here. Can you come on past me there, Slim? You have to get you somebody else. It ain't moving.
You got to make sure that we're live now with Greg Hackney. You got to make sure everybody knows and is on the up and up on what you've done, and Hackney making it known that, hey, he's been here. And we saw photos yesterday, him in here with Andy Crawford, taking those photos. Just a little gentle, friendly conversation. It's just sometimes you got to have those discussions, let everybody know, hey, I'm here because I'm here, not because you're here. Tommy's saying the same thing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go right, I'm not going, there's no water. I'm just gonna fish right here and then turn around and come, then I'm gonna turn around and go back up that other side.
We've got Tommy updated with his 5-pounder he said. I thought it was a 4-pounder and closer to a 5. Meanwhile, Greg Hackney now has 3 fish for 5 and change. Starting to get to that point where you're 4th place or farther down, you're getting over 10 pounds behind. Collins' head is only 3 pounds back. Hackney 8 pounds, 13 ounces back right now. Yesterday, after having a limit for 17 pounds. On day 1, he had 4 for 710 yesterday. Put him about, please hooked up right now. Oh, that one came off. Some guys making moves from the bottom of the top 12 into a higher standing. Billy Klein, 2 fish for 5 pounds up to 6th place. Brian New started the day in 5th, dropped back, but a 3-pounder has put him in 7th place. He's got about a 3-pound gap from him to 8th place, Ken Iobi.
Just let me.
Watching Brandon Hollingshead and Greg Hackney, left and right of your screen. 2nd and 3rd right now.
Come over here closer to me. Yeah, come on, just come on that way, because I'm gonna fish them rocks. They're right behind you, so just come right to me.
negotiate and navigate.
And then I'm gonna go between those other pilings. I'm just gonna circle around and go right back up the.
Quad box, Tommy Williams, Brandon Dillard, Brandon Hollingshead, and Greg Hackney. Your top 4 right now.
We've all been sitting on top of each other.
You notice Greg Hackney went through this morning doing nothing but flipping a pitch and flipping a jig. Multiple colors that he had been switching up to. Then he went and switched up to a Strike King shimmy stick, just a stick bait, flipping that. And now on his second or third pass through this area, he's now thrown a small crankbait. So you can see that progression of how Greg Hackney is breaking down this water and fishing behind himself. We saw that with Jason Christie at Neely Henry. He said he didn't want to fish behind himself and fish the same water, so Christie was fishing brand new water. Hackney fishing the same water day after day, but having to go through it differently with different baits because he knows that he's already flipped there. He knows whatever he's thrown, he needs to throw something different. So we're seeing that progression there now.
Painless. Motor swing. Oh, it's got some more. Boy, I am a fishing line catcher. No, it's fishing line. And a hook, and it had a cork on the end of it. What is that?
Shocked to see Brandon Dillard hasn't caught one yet. We've had him on camera almost all day long. Nothing on Bass Track for him as well. Of all the guys fishing today, Brandon Hollingshead has shown us more of Lewisville than anyone. We've seen marinas from him. We've seen offshore spots. We've seen this standing wood and stick-ups. We've seen individual docks. We've seen some other kinds of structure. He's really tried a lot of different things and a lot of different areas, types of structure today. And that is why he's making the most headway on the leaderboard so far with 3 for 8 pounds. Blake Watley, Brad Watley, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro's brother, Blake, his second fish puts him in 4th, bumps Brandon back to 5th as of just a second ago on Bass Track. And this might be the day that we see some moving baits start to play in a little bit more. Flipping obviously has worked for Tommy Williams, and he's got a good one in the boat so far, but Blake Watley told me on the phone last night that he's been throwing a swim jig and a spinnerbait around that same wood in a different creek region, a different deal there. It feels like all of his flipping fish were smaller than a lot of those suspending fish under that cover. If it's 6 to 8 feet of water that some of that wood is sitting in, that those fish that are midway up the water column are the bigger females that he's catching. That might be why he has jumped from 7th into 4th today. Still 9 pounds, 15 ounces back, but just means he needs a 16-pound bag to pull even. Most of these guys definitely knowing they're gonna need 20 pounds today to get it done. They're gonna make up that deficit on Tommy Williams. Everybody's shooting for 20 today. There's your unofficial leaderboard as it's updated. Tommy Williams, Brandon Hollingshead, Greg Hackney, Blake Watley, Brandon Dillard. That's your top 5 right there. Billy Klein, Brian New, Ken Iobi, Austin Cranford, Keith Combs, Sean Temple, and Brian Clark. That is your top 12. It's been a good morning. We've seen some fish catches, some action, some tight, close quarters fishing for the BassPro.com Bassmaster Central Open at Lewisville Lake. Make sure you join us. We're gonna take a little break in the middle of the day today. We'll see the folks on Facebook for a few minutes, and then we'll jump back on Bassmaster Live, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, all the way through 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll take you right up to about the weigh-in time when these guys, these 12, are gonna check in. We're gonna crown a champion. Greg Hackney, looking for a classic berth, already punched his ticket to the elites. Keith Combs needing Brandon Dillard or himself to win today to make the classic for him. Meanwhile, Tommy Williams, with this big one right here, has held off the pack and is still in the lead on this final day. He's lost some, he's missed some, but the one that he got in the boat was the right quality that he needed. And we will see you for the last 3-hour stretch of the Bassmaster Central Opens. We'll take an hour break, and we'll see you at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
You're watching the Nationwide Bassmaster Opens live.
Well, here we are, 2020 BassPro.com Bassmaster Central Open finale at Lewisville Lake. 4 events in the Central Opens in 2020, and this is the bookends, the last one of the year. Points are getting solidified, classic spots are getting solidified from the Opens, and guys are trying to take home this victory to punch their ticket to the Bassmaster Classic at Ray Roberts in 2021, which is just north at the top of our screen above Lewisville. So we're in that range, just in that Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. And there's our day 2 leader, Tommy Williams. We saw him this morning during the first 3-hour segment catch a good one, a 4.5 to 5 pounder, he said. And that kept him safely in the top spot. It's not been easy on Lewisville. It's been hit or miss. Some of the local anglers that are in our top 12 have struggled at times. Meanwhile, Tommy has been very consistent. 18.5 on day 1, 15.5 on day 2, 2 solid bags. had him with a 6-pound lead. That lead is down to 3 pounds. And Tommy has since caught a second keeper. We caught that first one this morning. We're going to show you that. Welcome in. If you're just joining us for the Facebook Live midday report here, Tommy Williams earlier on Bassmaster Live hooked up with this 4 to 5 pounder, his first fish in the boat for day 3, final day action. Got a little hairy as he tried to land this fish. It was still very green. He's lost some fish, missed some fish on hook sets today, but this one managed to get it in the boat, a very good one. You see him live in the bottom right of your screen. This is from earlier today, his 5-pounder from this morning. And then during our hour break, boat-to-boat action, him and Greg Hackney fishing nearby each other. Tommy Williams with that one right there, another solid one. Gives him 2 fish for the day. He might not need too much more with the way fishing has gone today. But it is the Bassmaster Opens. You never know what can happen. Anglers from all across the country, all skill levels competing. And Tommy Williams, now we see him fishing. Greg Hackney on the left of that screen. We got camera boats, photographers all around these shallow areas trying to cover the tournament while they're trying to fish, and then it's been close proximity fishing for them this morning. And there's Greg Hackney live right now. 4th place currently, locked up in Elite Series qualification yesterday. So he's just fishing for a classic bid today if he can win this event. He's got some ground to make up though today after starting the day in 4th place. See how close those anglers are fishing. Been very courteous, just letting each other know where they've been or how they've been, but Greg Hackney catches from this morning to catch you up on what you might have missed. Started the day with a quick one we didn't see on camera, and then this one. This was his 3rd keeper right here.
Get in here. Never mind. Wasn't as big as I thought. He was foul hooked.
Caught that one on a crankbait. We've seen Greg Hackney go. We've seen Greg Hackney go from flipping all of these pieces of wood to cranking around some of these pieces of wood. And now back to flipping. Tommy Williams just caught one. So they're staying in the path of Greg Hackney and Tommy Williams right there. There's Brandon Hollingshead, local, about 30 minutes away. I may, now that I think about it, may be pronouncing his name wrong all day long. It's either Hollingshead or Hollingshed. Didn't think about that till I just looked at it, but Brandon Hollingshead. Couple good ones in the boat this morning. He started faster than anyone, caught a nice one to start his day off. He would love to make it to Ray Roberts for the Classic, as Ray Roberts is in this neck of the woods, not far from where he's at now. This is his 4-pounder from this morning.
Closer if you can.
And then he made a move from an offshore spot to some marina docks. Caught a good one. He swung over a walkway. And Brandon is within 5 pounds of the lead right now, behind Tommy Williams. 35 pounds, 12 ounces. He has made up what Tommy had. Tommy had 34 even after 2 days. Hollingshead has passed that, but Tommy's 2 fish today for about 6.12, 6.5 to 7 pounds. Has him with a 5-pound lead over Brandon. Brian New, one of our Opens anglers fishing both divisions, trying to make the Bassmaster Elite Series. He already has a win under his belt this year, the Bassmaster Eastern Open. The Kissimmee Chain of Lakes, he will be at Ray Roberts as long as he shows up to Lay Lake for the last one, but he will because he's got to make the elites with that event. We got to see him catch one this morning. His co-angler caught a good one, and then during the break, he caught another good one, Brian New did. Trying to make up some gap in the tournament standing. Started the day in 5th, up to 3rd place right now because of a couple of these catches and this one during our break.
Other side, other side. Good job.
New has
How
been
about
targeting
that, boys?
these docks, and he caught another good one.
Woo!
Earlier today with Brian New.
Do work. There you go.
Now we're back out with New live. Been targeting docks, been fishing cover in front of him. He's been throwing a chatterbait, also flipping a jig. Seen a lot of different patterns. Some guys fishing strictly offshore, some guys mixing up between the both shallow and deep. We've seen those guys fishing close quarters in some of the backs of these creeks where, hey, Lewisville's fishing tough in the fall. Still big ones are around. And when bait has been blown into these creeks, like we saw with Greg Hackney and Tommy Williams, bait getting blown in there by the south wind this week has pushed the fish in there as well, and they have stayed where the bait has been. Here's another one of our anglers fishing today live. We have 5 cameras with guys out there, and Brandon Dillard started the day in 2nd place, 6 pounds, 3 ounces behind. He's a local guide here at Lewisville, knows the lake very well. Nothing so far in the boat for Dillard. Surprising. It's been a slow day for him. He was the one with the most history here. And if you're joining us on Facebook, we're going to give you a rundown of the Bassmaster Opens points race for the Central Opens, the BassPro.com Bassmaster Central Opens. Because today is the final day of the Central Open season. We are solidifying Elite Series berths. And I'm going to break it down for you guys as succinctly as possible. This is the way the points were yesterday. Not much movement to be had with only 12 people fishing today. Jason Christie up by 2 points on Greg Hackney. Hackney can overtake Christie if he won this event. I believe that would give him 3 more points. Kenta Kamura in 3rd, Mark Frazier in 4th. Those 4 are Elite Series qualified, signed, sealed, delivered. They made the Elites. But for Frazier and Christie, they can qualify in the overall points race, and that is where we pull from first, the overall points race, and then the Easterns and Centrals, so they can bump it down to Darrell Gleason and Paul Browning in 5th and 6th in the points. Now we take it over to the unofficial leaderboard for Lake Lewisville today, final day, midday. This is our unofficial leaderboard. Tommy Williams with a 5-pound lead over Brandon Hollingshead. Brian New in 3rd, Greg Hackney 4th, Blake Watley, Brad Watley, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro. His brother Blake, 5th place, Brandon Dillard, we mentioned him 6th, Billy Klein, Ken Iobi, Sean Temple, Brian Clark, and then also in 11th and 12th, Austin Cranford and Keith Combs fishing today. Those guys are all battling it out. If you're joining us on Facebook, we will see you till the end of the day when we crown a champion. But join us on Bassmaster.com. We'll be live all the way till 3:30 p.m. Eastern time before we go to weigh-in. So join us there. Thank you for joining us on Facebook Live.
I want to leave. It seems like every time I make a pass, I catch a fish. And it's hard to leave biting fish to go find something else. You know, I know they're short, but I caught a keeper there, I caught a keeper there, and I caught a dozen here. I mean, cooks you. Know that old song, do you stay or do you go?
Yeah.
I'm sure that Greg wants me to go as bad as I would like for him to go, but that's not how it works.
Hearing from Tommy Williams, top of your screen, currently the leader.
And there's just not that many of them.
Brian New going to make a move.
You know, every now and then, but we just don't know how many keeper fish can be right here. You know. Probably all that we need. But boy, they're getting hard to catch. I mean, I'm beating on them, Greg's beating on them. What's there, 3 more boats up through there?
Wasn't 100% on that. It just felt like one, but I don't know.
when I just sit down. Greg Hagney making an adjustment. Tommy Williams, they've been fishing around each other, and we've seen Tommy do nothing but flip. He's flipping a Zoom brush hog. Meanwhile, Greg Hackney's been flipping a jig and a Strike King shimmy stick bait. There, he's now made an adjustment and thrown a crankbait to catch a few keepers. Now it looks like he's going back to a jig. So Hackney trying to fish behind himself and other competitors by switching it up. Meanwhile, Tommy has gone with what's gotten him here, just strictly flipping. He does have an area that he throws a spinner bait, but it's more of a flat. It's in a different place other than here.
Nope. That ain't gonna go. Ain't gonna go. Come on. Oh, come on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Killing me. Jeez. Come on, little fish.
He's had 2 keepers do that today, be just under the 14-inch mark. Have to be 14 in Lewisville to measure. 2 that have been slightly under that.
Another one. I mean, oh.
Brandon Dillard. This is about the closest we've seen him to fishing shallow today. Fishing around some, looks like a marina or a boat walkway. Dillard hooked up. With a good one.
Yeah, there you go.
Man, oh man. Worked my tail off for that one. Mama, that one's for you. I love you. Woo.
Good one for Brandon Dillard there, his first keeper of the day. And if you heard him, he said, "Mama, that one's for you." His mother is battling cancer right now. Brandon's thinking about her with every one of these fish catches, as well as his dad. He lost to cancer a little while ago. He posted that on social media. And carrying him through this week, trying to win on his home lake, Brandon Dillard, local to Lewisville. And this is a replay of that catch, a good one. Looks like a 4.5 to 5 pounder to me. Maybe a 4 to 4.5. People are wondering, well, what is the difference in these marina walkways and whatnot compared to other lakes and whatnot? Well, a lot of other lakes might have wood or brush, or they like it for shade, but it seems like on Lewisville there are a lot of rocks and rock veins that will go either running parallel to the bank and they cut underneath of these walkways. And there's also some depth drops as well as it gets much deeper on those walkways to allow these marinas to be able to float some of these boats and whatnot. It's much deeper. And so Dillard's liking this spot. I would too if it produced a size fish like that. Four box with Tommy Williams, Brandon Dillard, Greg Hackney, Brian New. Dillard, it shows 6th place because he had 0 fish up until that catch. About 12 pounds behind. If that's a 5-pounder, he'll pull into 3rd place, just 7 pounds and change back with only 1 fish in the live well.
Things are going south.
Meanwhile, Tommy Williams is saying things are going south up in the top left.
I know I'm going to have to make a move, as bad as I hate to. I really don't want to have to go on the hunt. I haven't had to go on the hunt, in the last couple days. they've either been here or they've been at the other place. And but I got 3 hours left in this tournament, and seems to be a very, very, very important tournament. So, and it's just not going well. Or to plan. When's it ever go to plan?
Enjoy hearing Tommy Williams talk. Go through his game plan, his mental approach. He is acting and talking as if he is out of the game, when in reality he doesn't know that he is still in the driver's seat by almost the same margin that he started the day with. There's two of our top contenders, first and second coming into the day, Tommy Williams and Brandon Dillard. Dillard finally shooting his first shot of the day. It happens to be a good one. The Lewisville guide knows so much about this place, would probably love to make it to the Bassmaster Classic, but a win here won't do that for him. He only fished this open, but a win would do a lot for him. Confidence-wise, winning on your home lake, it would be huge for Brandon Dillard. This shot right here, that good one, has him back in the game. Still a couple pounds back for sure, but some progress, some momentum. Has not updated on Bass Track yet, but Tommy Williams, Brandon Hollingshead, Brian New, Greg Hackney, Blake Watley. Brandon Dillard's fish should put him right up there above Brian New by a couple ounces. The margins are starting to space out a little bit, but big ones are starting to show up in different patterns. Some docks and offshore spots coming into play. We'll see right after commercial break.
The Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live is brought to you by Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Yamaha, and by Toyota. You're watching the Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live.
Welcome back to Lake Lewisville, Lewisville Lake. We start final day coverage and continue it. BassPro.com, Bassmaster Central Open at Lewisville, with one of the locals, the guys who know the most about this place, Brandon Hollingshead, or if his family's watching, Brandon Hollingshead. Not quite sure. Really didn't have any kind of issue saying it this morning. Now my mind is starting to convince myself I'm wrong on how to say that. So all in all, it's a good day. He's hooked up.
You working on it?
Fourth keeper for Brandon Hollingshead. Most of anyone in our top 12 today. Take a look at this one more time. Fourth keeper in the boat for Brandon. Probably get another look at it and get a weight thought. Probably a 2 to 2.5 pounder. Give him about 10 pounds and change with 4 fish. Move him within 3 pounds of the lead. Hooked up again. This could be his limit fish. Got to be 14 inches. And I'm getting confirmation right now it is Hollingshead. Thank goodness. I assumed correctly earlier. Thank you, Lewisville, for that update. Quick little check. That's a limit for Brandon Hollingshead. And he'll be within just an okay call of taking the lead. Four box with Williams, Dillard, Hollingshead, and New. If you're looking at Bass Track and you're like, hey, we got first, second, fourth, and fifth covered. Is Greg Hackney our fifth camera guy? Is he third? No, he's not. He is sixth. Brian Clark, former Elite Series pro, a mainstay on the opens and a great angler all around. 2 fish for 11 pounds today. 2 big ones has Brian Clark up the leaderboard. He started the day in 8th, 12 pounds and an ounce behind. So he's got a lot of ground to make up. He's got 11.2 and he's roughly 7 3/4 behind. Dillard put that fish in as 3.5. I feel like it's a little low. Maybe 4 to 4.5, and he put it just under 3.5. That's the way Bass Track goes, though. If you're just joining us, final day coverage here. Lewisville Lake for the final Central Open of the year. Next to last Open overall. Fighting for classic berths. The Elite Series points qualification pretty much got solidified yesterday for the Central Opens. There will be some movement, but not in the standings individually, but qualifiers, if double qualifiers occur in the overall or the Eastern points race. Hollingshead with a small one. Definitely not a keeper. Probably about 7 inches shy.
Hey, Brandon, do you mind if I get on there just for a few minutes with you? Okay. Yeah, let's go.
We're gonna be in the boat with Brandon. That's what I'm talking about. I think that was our man, Tom Wayne.
Skipping around out here. Wouldn't hurt. This is That's what it feels like. It's hot.
They not biting? And do you stay or do you go? If that willow tree could tell me the answer to any of them, that willow tree probably is telling me the answer. As many fish as I shook off right there. And all they done was move from there to there.
Really big boulders on points and on drop-offs. That's what these bigger fish are hanging on. So that's what I'm trying to target, is these bigger areas that I know boulders are in.
That's what's holding me here. I done fished this 2 or 3 times. Greg was here, and I just pulled in there and just pow, 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 pow. And then you got well.
Okay. Yeah, is that okay if I ride to the next one? Hey, I'll ride with him for the next one.
Hollingshead's about to make a move. Cam's going to stay with him. Having issues with his mic, and so getting close allows us to be able to get the camera mic to be able to hear him. Give that little update on what he was targeting and what Brandon is targeting. 12 to 18 feet, some of those boulders and rocks, some of those transition places, some ledges where the fish will sit right off of it or right up on it. He believes the fish are behind. They're not really in that fall pattern. He doesn't know if they will eventually hit that fall pattern at all. He's updating his bass track right now. I appreciate him doing that. He's been throwing a 3/8 ounce finesse jig offshore.
Tell me how your day's gone and what you're looking for. Next plan of attack here.
It's a lot slower today. I got a limit, so I'm just trying to hold up. I've been on a lot of 4-pounders and better, and that's what I'm just running around trying to get. When we get those, we'll make some ground. Right now, I've got about just a little over 10 pounds.
It's been pretty consistent how you've been catching them today, or really different areas you're fishing? What do you use?
I feel like I'm catching it to a bite.
It's not been as consistent as what it has been, but everything I've caught in just about this whole term has been on jig. Drop shot's kind of been my filler. Just when I need to fill something up. I have caught, in practice, I caught quite a few 3 or 4, 4.5 pounders on a drop shot. Day one, I couldn't fish it because the wind, I couldn't feel. I even upsized weights, and then day 2, I threw a little bit and I never got a bite. Today's the first bite I've had on it.
I don't know if we have seen a flotilla like that. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 boats following Brandon Hollingshead as he makes a move. The local angler there getting cheers every time he catches one. He's feeling it, and he's within 3 pounds of the lead now. He's cut that lead in half.
If Greg's not going to leave, if Greg Hackney's not going to leave fish, I would think Greg would know. So, you know, it's tough. I figure I can fish that flat out in about an hour. There's only like 6 logs there, that's it. But they're laying right, if they're there. Really. And see, I don't know what's going through Greg's head. Does he not have any other fish? Or does he just feel like that he can sit here and bang them out? I'm gonna move up just a little bit.
No. I love live. It's my favorite time of the day. It's when we're live. Has that been the maybe we haven't been live enough today. You know it is, but I've had 2 big opportunities and jacked up both of them. So I mean, I should have a pretty good bag right now, and I'm sitting on, I can't even count, 3. So I knew, I mean, these fish had just been beat up so much, and I helped them, and it was better before there was any company because both sides could rest a little bit. You know, I could kind of move back and forth, but. So I'm gonna make one more adjustment and give that a try. typically on the side. I had to pull this mess upside down. I can't find nothing. Oh. Sorry.
It's a very slippery slope with Tommy's train of thought there. He knows there's fish here, whether Greg Hackney's there or not, but he's staying because Greg is staying, and he knows if Greg is staying, there's a reason why. And so Tommy is now staying, not only because he thinks there's fish there, but he thinks that that's why Greg is staying. So now Tommy may not be fishing to his natural instincts of leaving and going fishing those spinnerbait fish, or going back to his starting area and catching a couple fish. We will see how that plays out at the end of the day, and if it affects him enough to let Brandon Hollingshead in second place right here sneak up and catch a couple more fish and possibly make a run at this thing, while Tommy figures out if he can catch enough fish behind and before and with Greg Hackney to do so. Williams and Hollingshead at the top of our leaderboard right now, unofficially. Hollingshead with the only limit of the day, just came across with that a minute ago when he made his move. Tommy Williams, 2 in the boat. Mind is racing. We've seen those flurries happen very quickly, and we will wonder if he can come across one of those, or if Brandon can call up enough in a flurry to maybe overtake him. He started with a 6-pound lead. The Brandons were behind him. The Brandons from Texas, Brandon Dillard, Brandon Hollingshead, both of them with Lewisville knowledge aplenty. Some good ones in the boat, but so does Tommy Williams. He's got Greg Hackney chasing him as well. Brian New in the mix, Brian Clark. It's the Brandons and the Bryans in the top of the leaderboard, right behind Tommy, Brandon, Hollingshead chasing him, Brian Clark, Brian New, Brandon Dillard. We somehow have Brandon and Brian with 4 different ways of spelling it total. It's a crazy final day here. Bassmaster opens at Lewisville Lake. Join us after the commercial break. We're hitting that stretch where the important difference makers are coming across and going in the live well. We will see it all happen after this commercial break.
Live coverage of the Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live will return after this short break. You're watching the Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live.
And we are back at Lewisville, up at the north end of the lake in a ditch with Greg Hackney and Tommy Williams as they've been fishing close quarters. But the fish seemingly have gotten much smarter, or there's just few and far to go around in this place that has been hit a lot by a lot of anglers the last couple days. Greg Hackney with a non-keeper right there. On the move with some of these guys. Brandon Hollingshead making some moves today, moving from 3rd into 2nd. Some guys who made some moves this week. The Bassmaster Central Opens points race, Jason Christie, Greg Hackney, Kenta Kamura, and Mark Frazier officially signed, sealed, and delivered, qualified for the Elite Series for 2021. But the thing is, Jason Christie, Mark Frazier, Kenta Kamura, they're fishing all of the events. So they have the opportunity to double qualify if they do well at the last event at Lay Lake for the overall points race. And that's what we take first. We take the first 4 anglers in the overall points race, and then we go down the list if they double qualify in the Easts and the Centrals. Jason Christie, Mark Frazier, like I mentioned, on top of the overall. They would bump it down to Daryl Gleason and Paul Browning, 5th and 6th in the Centrals if it stood as is. Guys like Justin Atkins in 5th place, right behind Matt Robertson. Those 2 guys have an edge over 6th place KJ Queen, about 30-point difference from 5th to 6th. So it's doable with about 150 boats in the Opens, but it's definitely getting close to that points cut line. 3rd, 4th, and 5th in the overall standings are very close. Speaking of very close, Greg Hackney, Tommy Williams, very close fishing today. Hackney still with only 3, Tommy with only 2. Speaking of people with 3, Brian Clark, I mentioned him before our last commercial break. He jumped up into 3rd with 2 fish for 11 pounds. He caught another 2-pounder. He now has 13 pounds with 3 fish, by far the biggest bag today, and he has pulled within 6 pounds of the lead, giving himself a shot, moving from 8th, over 11 or 12 pounds behind to start the day. 5 cameras out on the water today, and they're all hanging tough in the top 6. The only new guy that's not on camera is Brian Clark, moving up from 8th place into the top 5. Everybody doing what they like to do. Dillard fishing some brush offshore, Williams and Hackney flipping wood, shallow water. They would love to not be near each other because they're both obviously catching them this week, but both doing and fishing structure with baits that they like. Williams flipping a brush hog, Greg Hackney flipping a jig, and then Brian New fishing docks. Carolina boy fishes docks quite a bit and has made it work this week on Lewisville. This 2-box here squaring off in the same creek. Tommy Williams just shared water in his first creek with Keith Combs this week, sharing water in his second creek with Greg Hackney. It happens to be Hackney's primary area. He's caught all of his fish this week in here. Only 2 of our top 10 anglers came into today both weighing both limits on each day of competition. Tommy Williams, our leader, and Blake Watley started the day in 7th place. Both caught limits each of the first 2 days. But no one in the tournament field right now has more than 12 fish for their 3-day total. Tommy Williams measuring one. His 3rd one that has been barely short of that 14-inch minimum. Williams and Hackney seem like they have weeded through some of the size, and now some non-keepers are starting to bite, some of the short fish. So we've seen a couple of them come in the boat, and a couple have to go back in the water because they don't measure. 2 hours and 10 minutes left in the fishing day for these guys. Brian New's gonna make a move now. 2 hours and 10 minutes left. Watching first and second now, Tommy Williams, Brandon Hollingshead.
Come on, brush hog. Hunt him up. Come on, brush hog. Get in there.
Sounds like we've got the mic back for Brandon Hollingshead. Hollingshead has been slow and steady. He hasn't been super vocal today on what he's been doing, but I got to talk to him on the phone last night. Day one was a surprising struggle for him. He stopped practicing for this tournament last Friday. He knows Lewisville well. He stopped practicing last Friday, didn't practice all weekend or official practice when everyone else was out there. And so he was surprised with 2 fish for 7 pounds on day one. He backed it up day 2 with a limit for 20 pounds, 12 ounces. Day 2, less wind, considerably less wind yesterday than day 1. He's been throwing a 3/8 ounce finesse jig offshore. Round rubber, brown round rubber with watermelon silicone strands in it. Looks like a little ball, just nothing too intrusive down there around the rock and the transitions and the brush. Any kind of structure he's throwing it around, it falls at the right rate that he wants with 3/8 ounce, but in that wind, he would have had to throw a higher weight, a bigger weight, and it would have impeded the action of that, and it would have fallen much differently. So it was hard for him to fish a 3/8 ounce in that wind. Had a tough day. He's been fishing a lot of those transition places from deep summertime spots that come up to where fish will stop before they go up shallow. He doesn't think that the fall transition has actually happened yet. and he doesn't know if it will happen. 62 to 64 degree water temp now, but they've had hot days, cool days, hot days, cool days back and forth in Texas. So the fish have moved but gone back, moved but gone back, and now they've just stayed put where they're at. 12 to 18 foot of water. That's about the depth he's been catching fish in. All the bait fish that he's seen has been 18 to 21 feet of water just off of that. So as the bait slides up and down that depth range and those rock shelves and whatnot, those fish in 12 to 18 can catch them as they come out deeper, catch them as they come up shallower. Yesterday he got 5 bites and stopped fishing those spots. He went and fished other things. He got 5 bites, 20 pounds, 12 ounces, and decided to leave. He's got 20 years of history here, and if Hollingshead were to win today, he has a lot of history at Ray Roberts, making a lot of money in that March time period when we would have the 2021 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. So he's excited about that, the opportunity to come back and win today. He's down 6 pounds, 4 ounces starting the day. He has cut that lead to just 213, and that's only with a 10-pound bag or so. A couple more key fish, one more key bite, and he can make that dent. His co-angler's hooked up right now, and it does not look like it's a bass, but possibly a catfish. Hollingshead's co-angler, Jorge Benitez. Non-bass. Looks like Tommy Williams just lost one.
Pecan Creek, something like that. I really don't know the name of it.
Yeah.
You know, any idea? Huh?
No, sir.
Just follow me out. I don't know. I mean, we got 2 hours left, and it'll take me a little while to fish that out, and I don't know. It's just, it's just one of those things. It's the decisions you have to make. It's you're either going to be a hero or a zero, and I'm beating this dead horse in here, and I've caught a lot of little fish out here. I've caught 2 good ones in here. I got a 5-pounder out of here, but we've been here for 4 hours now, and I've caught maybe 12 short fish. I mean, how many can be in here? If Greg's catching them, hey, go get them, catch them up. I can't catch them, so I got to go. I got to go do something else.
Tommy Williams making a move.
And it's tough because this was where I was going to do my damage.
Tommy Williams making a move, so will our camera crew. This could be an important
go to fishing right there. You'll be able to see me.
Important move for Tommy Williams there. If he goes and catches a couple more to fill his limit.
I just kept thinking,
I
don't. It seemed pretty good at first this morning, and then something happened. I don't know what it was. I was like, well, it's going to be much better than it was yesterday. And, you know, them 2 opportunities, I should have a good bag. I just jacked it up. I've been snake bit like that all year, though, so
Camera crew's making his move out.
I really thought I might catch, you know, eventually those fish that I culled would, you know.
Got a little talk from Tommy Williams. Decision making here, less than 2 hours left in the day. He's making a move. Greg Hackney going through his day and figuring out where he went wrong, why they all of a sudden stopped biting and it wasn't as good in here the last few hours. Tommy Williams, Brandon Hollingshead, Brian Clark, Brian New, Brandon Diller. That's your top 5. It's starting to spread out a little bit, but the top 3 are within striking distance of Tommy Williams. As he makes this move, we're going to let him do that, and we'll be back after this commercial break.
The Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live is brought to you by Humminbird, Mercury, Minn Kota, and by Talon. You're watching the Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live.
Final day coverage here at the BassPro.com Bassmaster Central Open, Lewisville Lake. Brandon Dillard, we're watching him right here. He was the one we had all our eyes on. He wasn't in the lead, but the local guide here at Lewisville was the day 1 leader, 24 pounds and change, caught an 8.11. He's swinging a miss right there. Fell back yesterday with only 2 fish for 3 pounds and change. Today he has 1 fish, and we'll show you that right now. Went and switched it up, fishing offshore, and then he went to a marina and fishing around a walkway. Caught this good one. He caught it at a 3.5. It might be 3.5, but it could be a 4-pounder for sure. That's his 1 bite of the day so far.
Mama, that one's for you. I love you.
And Dillard out on the water now. Fishing the side of a point, it looks like.
I caught a 4-pounder here yesterday at the end of the day off a log up here. That would go a long way.
Tommy Williams.
A way long way.
New area. Didn't lose our cameraman, that's good. Cameraman's hanging tight.
Not quite as much wind.
top of your screen, Tommy Williams been the day 2 leader, had a 6-pound 3-ounce lead over second place. Brandon Dillard, bottom left of your screen, he's making a move. Third place was Brandon Hollingshead, bottom right of your room, bottom right of the screen. Tommy Williams, 2 fish today though. He had 18.8 on day 1, 15.8 yesterday, had him in a good lead, 6 pounds plus. Only 2 fish today. This fish was quite hot as he tried to grab it and get in the boat earlier this morning. Fortunate to have this one in the boat for sure. Williams landed this one, about a 5-pounder, he said. About a 5-pounder for Williams, and then he caught one more keeper. He's caught plenty of non-keepers today as well. This is a picture, a little quick video clip of that one. And that's all Williams has today. Sitting on 2 fish, 6 pounds, 12 ounces or so. Has it less than a 3-pound lead over this man right here, Brandon Hollingshead. Brandon fishing offshore. Some of those little places that have brush sticking off of them or some rock. Brandon's used his 20 years of knowledge plus here at Lewisville this week in hopes of winning to make the Bassmaster Classic. Brandon Hollingshead's got the only limit of anyone in the top 12 today. Started out strong with a 4+ pounder this morning, landing this fish off his starting spot. And then he kept going to work, switched it up. He caught a small one, then he went to this marina, caught this one. That's a solid one. And then back to back pretty quickly in short order. He went from 3 to 5 after catching this keeper. And then he added, after this one, about a 2-pounder, his smallest of the day on a spinning rod actually off that isolated rock right there. This is his smallest of the day. If he can get rid of this one with a solid one, it would give him another good upgrade and an opportunity to close the gap on Tommy Williams a little bit more. But Tommy Williams has done enough work over the first 2 days of competition to allow a slip up. No one in the field has caught a limit every single day of the tournament as of right now. The only 2 that catch limits day 1 and 2 combined, Tommy Williams and Blake Watley. Both of those guys only have 2 today. Hollingshead had 2 on day 1. He has a limit today. Brian Clark is putting his name in the list right now. Latest update just a couple minutes ago, 4th fish for Brian Clark, 15 pounds, 6 ounces, and he is within 3.5 pounds. He has moved all the way from 8th place. He was 8th place, 12 pounds and an ounce behind. 12 pounds and an ounce behind. He is now 3.7 behind Brian Clark. It's getting tight at the top of the leaderboard now with some interesting moments ahead. Brian Clark with 4 fish today moves into 3rd place, 15-6. Still needs 1 more for his limit.
Well, that's one. Come on, fish.
If you're just joining us, Tommy Williams has switched it up. He was fishing in a tight creek to start his morning. Keith Combs was in there as well. Then he moved over to a secondary spot, another tight area, flipping and pitching. Greg Hackney was in that area. That's been Greg's primary spot, place he's caught all his fish. So now Tommy's making an adjustment. With 2 hours left in the day, he's going and running some flats where he can throw a crankbait and a spinnerbait and cover a little bit more water and hit every little target around there and more flatter type areas. And that is how he's gotten to where he's at now.
I'm going to hit it again when I get to this tree up here. I'm going to beat the bark off every one of them in here. If there's any sap left in them, it ain't going to be when I get done with them. This flat hasn't been good but for a fish, but he's usually been a pretty good one. You know, just for conversation's sake, we was sitting here yesterday, and I'm not exactly sure who the fisherman was, but he come out of that creek up there, and he ran across that flat right there that I know isn't in that much water. On plane, ran out of there. He come out of there and went right straight out through them trees right there, on plane. He had to be running a jet. It was Boyne aluminum. Looked like he had a 150 or something on the back of it, and I was sitting here like, oh my God, I seen him turn, and I was like, there's no way he can float across that. But he ran it. Hats off. He knew what he was doing. He'd done that before. He'd done that before.
That's a dead giveaway. Wasn't his first time.
No, it wasn't first time driving that boat. And it was like, holy crap, I could not believe he did that. But, I mean, I done got over because I figured he was coming through. And, I mean, up there where they were just at, it's not a foot deep. That's two. What's running? Oh, sounded weird. Sounded like Bill's pump.
Left side.
Yeah, there it was.
That's what it is.
Aerator, yeah.
Tommy Williams, hoping this move pays off for him. Hour and a half left in the fishing day. Hour left of Bassmaster Live. We will drop you off 30 minutes before weigh-in begins. Tommy Williams trying to make it worth his while. Left his primary 2 areas, left his first area after about 2 hours of fishing, left his second area after another 4 hours of fishing. And the last 2 hours he is going to spend around this region. He said he was going to beat the bark off of these trees. Meaning he's going to pick it apart and bounce his baits off of as many trees as possible on this flat. It's final day at Lewisville. Anything can happen, and we're seeing that in the leaderboard as we've got a couple big jumps. Brian Clark moving from 8th up into 3rd. Hollingshead with a limit, closing in on Tommy Williams. Tommy with only 2 fish right now. If he can get a 3rd, 4th, or 5th keeper in the boat, he will be able to take the title here this week, most likely. But like I said, the top 3 now getting very tight. Within 3.5 pounds, the top 3 are. Gets a little bit farther away, 5 pounds from 3rd to 4th, another pound, and it keeps going down from there. But those are your figures. Tommy Williams, Brandon Hollingshead, and Brian Clark, your top 3. Join us for the final hour of coverage after this commercial break. Bassmaster Live.
Live coverage of the Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live will return after this short break. You're watching the Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live.
Welcome to the final hour coverage here at Lewisville Lake. Final Bassmaster Central Open of the year. Live coverage brought to you by Nationwide. We appreciate that. It's been a fun addition to the Opens this season to be able to see the drama on the final day. We've seen guys have culling infractions and lose the event. John Garrett did that at the Arkansas River. I hate to bring that up. We saw some great moments at Sam Rayburn with some big ones. Hartwell with Patrick Walters, Neil Henry. We'll see Lay Lake next in a couple weeks.
Hey, you're being a real butt.
Tommy Williams trying to figure it out. Last hour of the day, hour and a half of the day of fishing. He's still in the lead, but he doesn't know that. He knows he has 2 fish and has struggled today.
Do that to me. I was just going to take you for a little ride. No. Come on, fish. Another missed opportunity right there. He boiled on that spinnerbait, missed it. I threw it in there, he thumped that brush hog, and it's not my day. Not my day. Should have caught that fish twice. Missed opportunity right there. God, you gotta love it. Why did you miss my spinnerbait? Ain't enough wind for you, is it?
A little update on Greg Hackney. Haven't seen him in a little bit. That ultra shallow area. He went even farther into an area so shallow the camera boat did not follow and is waiting for him to turn around and come back out of there. We'll get pictures of Greg Hackney in a couple minutes from that. Meanwhile, we'll watch first and second place do battle. Tommy Williams and Brendan Hollingshead. If Tommy Williams pulls this off today, he may have aged 5, 6, 7 years today just with the stress level of only having 2 fish in a tough final day after having a 6-pound lead. It's a blessing, though, to have that lead because he's able to let them reel him in and still have some room to be in the lead. Whereas if it was a tighter match, tighter final day weight, he would be playing catch-up right now, which he probably thinks he is with only 2 fish. You may be watching, wondering if Bass Trek is legit or not. It is back to unofficial. The last couple events we've done on live have been official, with the College Classic bracket on Thursday that we did. Trevor McKinney winning that. And then we had the Lake Fork Bassmaster Elite Series event, Texas Fest there. That one was official with the catchway release due to the big slot limit there on Lake Fork. But this is back to unofficial, so Brandon Hollingshead could be closer than 2 pounds, 13 ounces, could be farther away than that. I personally don't think that he is at 13 pounds, which would be what he needs right now to pull even with Tommy. But he may have a little bit more than 10.3. He does have that itty bitty keeper that he caught on a drop shot that he needs to call if he wants to have a shot.
Warm, isn't it?
Getting there.
It is getting warm. Well, my aerator pump got loud all of a sudden. That's awful.
Tommy Williams on your left, Brandon Hollingshead on your right. Looks like it's the dam. Can't quite tell in the back of his background of his thing. Old school flipping there with Tommy Williams. Most of what we see people doing is actually pitching, the difference in flipping and pitching. I believe he is doing the old school way of actually flipping, pulling his line, not engaging the reel, just keeping it where it's at.
Come out of there. Ah, you little fart. Golly.
14 inches for a keeper.
By golly.
You made it.
We'll take him.
Yes, sir. Come on with us.
So important, third fish right there.
Not what I was looking for, but it'll work.
Every ounce counts.
Every ounce counts. That's all dollars from here.
Right. Every ounce counts. You work that. I'm gonna have a little snack.
Another pound and a halfer.
And that's how you seine a root wad.
We may end up seeing a brand new Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the tournament today.
Why did he look smaller than half of them I throwed back today?
We mentioned Brian Clark.
Probably because he won't weigh but about a
pound. One of
but you know
those
what?
being
That's one I didn't have.
8.5 pounder we're looking at now.
All counts.
That's right.
A little over, eh? He's a little over the line, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's almost 15 inches long. Looked like a brim.
Yeah.
He's built like a shad. But it's okay. He must have been hungry. Must have been real hungry for me to catch him.
He's in the right place.
Yeah.
He didn't lie well.
I can't believe I missed that fish up there a while ago. I cannot believe that. He bowled up on it. I fired right back in there and he took my brush hog off. He thumped it, swim off with it, all that good stuff. That's probably one of them 9-pounders.
That third keeper puts Tommy Williams about 4 pounds ahead. You mentioned it, Brian Clark, while Tommy was talking. Brian Clark, his second fish of the day took him from 210 to 11 pounds. I did not catch that because he started so far back. 2 pounds and 10 ounces was for his first fish. His second fish took him all the way to 11 pounds and change. It's about an 8.5 pounder. It could be even bigger than that. It could be just slightly smaller than that, but got about 3 fish other than that one for about 7.5 pounds. So 3 2.5 pounders and an 8.5 for Brian Clark, and he's fallen back a little bit more now, 4.11 behind Tommy Williams. He needs his limit. Brandon Hollingshead needs to cull, and Tommy still has 2 more to go for his 5-fish limit. Co-angler Bob Burgess just hanging out. Getting him a bite to eat. Sounding real good right now. Brian New, we're checking out him for the first time in a little while. He had that jump, that midday jump, went from one keeper to 3, but we haven't seen him catch number 4 or 5 yet. Winding down the day, 30 minutes left of Bassmaster Live, 1 hour left until they have to check in. We've seen Greg Hackney go through some flurries. He made an adjustment from flipping to cranking. Brian New caught a good one off a jig and off a dock. Brandon Dillard, surprisingly only one bite today. 3.5 pounder according to him, maybe a 4 pounder according to me. We'll see. Brandon Hollingshead with a 5 fish limit, the only angler in our top 12 to do that so far. Tommy Williams, though, started with a 6-pound lead over second and third place. He has struggled today, but that 5-pounder this morning will loom large. He's got a 5-pounder and 2 pound and a halfers. He got about 8 pounds to his 3 fish right now, and that gives him just over a 4-pound lead over second, almost a 5-pound lead over third. It starts to jump back to about a 10-pound lead over fourth and fifth. Tommy Williams, will he hold it out? An hour left in the day. Can he catch 2 more fish to hold off the hard-charging field and win at Lewisville? We'll be right back.
The Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live is brought to you by Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Nitro Boats, and by Ranger Boats. You're watching the Nationwide Bassmaster Opens Live.
Welcome back. 3 Box here for the final 30 minutes of Bassmaster Live at Lewisville Lake, the final BassPro.com Bassmaster Central Open, and the live coverage today provided by Nationwide. We appreciate that, and we're excited to bring you that. Some good, big, new, better things coming in 2021 as well, and we're excited about ending this year on a high note. The Elite Series has finished up, high school, college finished up, the nation has finished up. The only thing left, the Bassmaster Opens and the Team Championship. Team Championship will be held in December. Last 2 Opens, one today and one the first week of December, and we will have finished our entire Bassmaster tournament season. There's even a kayak event going on today over at Chickamauga. Shout out to Adam Bartusek. He's a huge kayak guy. Totally enjoying the coverage of that event.
Got him?
Photographer Kyle Jesse there as well.
That's a keeper.
Michael Glassman, the keeper from the back of Greg Hackney's boat, possibly.
Yeah.
Got to measure and make sure it's 14 inches though.
It's got to be a keeper. You don't think it is?
Yeah, that's a keeper. Oh, yeah. Are you going to close his mouth? Because that's what he's going to do. He made it? Yeah, well, that's good.
That won't affect this leaderboard, which is of our boaters, the pros of the Opens, but Tommy Williams sitting there with just over a 4-pound lead over second, Brandon Hollingshead. Brian Clark right behind him, another 10 ounces or so, 4 pounds, 11 ounces behind. Brian New, now almost 10 pounds back. Tommy Williams in the driver's seat of this event, mostly because of what he's done on day 1 and day 2. He had a 6-pound lead coming into today, and his first fish today was a 5-pounder. The fact that he had a 6-pound lead and he caught a kicker this morning, 2 crucial things, but he is feeling it right now, stressed as can be. Only 3 fish in the live well, probably feeling defeated like he did not get it done. But it is much more in his favor than he imagines as he trolls to another spot that he wants to flip and fish. Williams is feeling it though. The stress is on for a Bassmaster Classic berth, something he's dreamed of his whole entire life. And it's been a while since we've been at Lewisville. The last time we were here at Lewisville for an open, there was a tie and a fish-off to determine the winner. This year may not be that close for a tie, but we appreciate all the fans and the local hosts there at Lewisville, especially the ones that come out to weigh in today to watch it all go down right there at Lewisville Park. All the fans tuned in watching as well on Bassmaster Live, Bassmaster.com, Facebook and whatnot. We appreciate you. We enjoyed this extra coverage this year, the Opens, being able to be boat to boat with some of these pros. Next year it might look a little different, but it might be just as good, if not better, to see how these semi-pro Bassmaster events come down to the wire and the stories that are told. We mentioned it earlier, culling infractions that cause people to win or lose events. We saw Patrick Walters catch him up good at Hartwell, Masayuki Matsushita at Sam Rayburn. We've seen Cody Bird grind it out at Neely Henry. And we saw Matt Robertson go with no fish for the first half of his day, started to finally catch in the last few hours to win Cherokee and punch his ticket to the Classic. A lot of awesome moments come from the Opens, and we appreciate all of the fans at the venue watching as well. 45 minutes until check-in for these anglers. About 15 minutes left in our coverage day as well. Brandon Hollingshead, after catching a limit, I really assumed he was going to catch another one and call out that small one, have a shot to close that gap. Has not done that. Meanwhile, the wild card there is Brian Clark. Only 4.11 back and still one less than a limit. He's already caught an 8+ pounder today by the looks of Bass Track. So a 4+ pounder is doable for his fifth keeper, and that would put him in striking distance. Too close to call if he was to catch one like that. We'll patiently wait to see Bass Track updates for him over this last 30 minutes. We have cameras with the top 5 anglers coming into the final day, which means first, second, fourth, fifth, and sixth, respectively. The top 5 hasn't changed too much, except for Brian Clark jumping into the mix there. Tommy Williams is not fish clean today. Missed and lost some fish. Not at the boat, but missed them on hook set. Hit them once with a hook set, and they came off immediately after. And
Lord.
I hate to say it, so it's just almost over.
Talk about your path back to the elite through the Open.
You know, it's been a rough go for me. It's been a lot like today. It's been very stressful. You know, the deal is I was bit today by some lost fish, and I've pretty much been bit like that in every event we've had. And I really thought it was going to cost me, cost me making it. I lost a couple big ones at Neely Henry, and I fell in the points, but it has not been easy. It's been a long time since I fished all the opens. Like every now and then I would jackpot one like close to the house or something like that. When I was fishing the elites before, but this has been the first time I fished one, the whole series, and probably, I don't know, maybe 10 years, maybe longer than that. I don't know. And I will tell you one thing that has changed. I thought the anglers were good then. They're much better now than they find everything. Like, that's one thing I've noticed in every open event. I've never been able to find a place other than Rayburn, because it was so big. It's the only place we've been where I found some fish and never was really around anybody. But it's very competitive. I'll be honest with you. It's really, like I'm telling you, it's been really stressful.
Golly. That was a hoss.
It's like coming home. It's gonna be like I've been lost in the woods and found home again. So I'm just looking forward to everything.
That's the one I needed. That's one of the many.
For me, it's like getting back to normal, if that makes sense.
Lord almighty, why?
I had a good friend of mine tell me last night that he felt like I'd been in prison and I just got out. That's how happy he was. So. But just good times. I'm really, like I said, I thought the pandemic, all that was a bad deal, but it's actually been for me it's the highlight of the year, because it made it possible for me to fish the opens and have a chance, to come back to the elite. So I figured anything I caught today was bonus, because mentally I was pretty much spent yesterday.
Greg Hackney talking about what it's been like fishing the opens in 2020. It is the who's who of bass fishing, because you have great locals like we've seen today, Brandon Hollingshead and Brandon Dillard.
Maybe get lucky and catch a big one.
Touring pros fishing the opens, trying to get odds in their favor of making another classic, another shot to be able to win and make the classic. You got guys like Tommy Williams, as well, journeymen, fished for a long time, but put their hat in the ring there. You got young college anglers that are now out fishing the opens. A lot of different people fishing the opens, and they're very skilled, like Greg Hackney said. So he said he was counting his blessings that he was able to get it done after not his best performances.
The deal is, I think he definitely would have. He broke a fish off this morning on some real light line, and I know I'd be almost bet the farm he would have won had he caught that fish, So it's going to be interesting. Then I go right over here and break my line right after that, because I was on him about the light line, and I did the same thing. So I was like, don't say a word.
Greg Hackney mentioned it, fishing the Central Opens this year has been a time he hasn't been able to fish the whole series in a long time. And this is how it's shaped out for the points race. We're taking 12 anglers and giving them invites to the Elite Series from the Opens. 4 overall, 4 Central, and 4 Eastern. For the Centrals, Jason Christie, Greg Hagney, Kenta Kimura, Mark Frazier, even mentioning Daryl Gleason and Paul Browning, 5th and 6th. Keep an eye on those. They're tied, Gleason with the edge, but they're important in the scheme of qualifying for the Elites because Christie and Frazier, as we go over to the full screen of the overall, Christie and Frazier are atop of the overall. That is where we pull from first. We will take 4 qualifiers from the overall standings, which is a combination of both Opens divisions, the overall, and then we will go down the Opens on the Central and the Eastern division and exclude all the double qualifiers, all of the Elite Series pros and whatnot. So when we go over the Eastern Opens, the last one at Lay Lake, will come down to, check it out, Patrick Walters, Elite Series Pro. We'll skip over him. Josh Strassner, he would be in. Pat Schlapper, he's the nation champion. He would be in. He's not going to fish the last one, though. So right now, Scott Martin, Timmy Tompkins, and Justin Atkins would be those 4 anglers, Atkins being the last one right there. So guys like Atkins are in the running overall and in the Easterns. They know what their job is in the final event. Scott Martin struggled at Lewisville this week, so he dropped down the overall list, dropped down the Central list pretty far. Overall list, he's about 11th, just off of that, the top 10 list right there. But for the Easterns, he's in 4th, and inside that cut right now, 2nd amongst guys who haven't qualified for the Elite. So it'll be very interesting coming down to Lay Lake to see who qualifies in the 12 invites that are solidified. We can already say reasonably that the Central Opens are solidified. Those 4 guys have made the Elites no matter what. But those 2 anglers we mentioned, Frazier and Christie, can help out 2 others in the Centrals by double qualifying. And hey, they're not going to quit because they've qualified. They can go to Lay because they're fighting for the Falcon Rods Angler of the Year award, $10,000 to the highest overall angler for the points race. Christie and Frazier battling it out in that one. Now, we mentioned Pat Schlapper. He was the Bass Nation champion, which means he gets a classic berth and an Elite Series berth. So he does not have to fish that Lay Lake Open to try to make the Elites because he's already in. Doesn't have to try to win the Lay Lake Open to make the Classic because he's already in. So he's probably going to sit at home first week of December and watch it unfold. And that is why we can skip his name. He'll either double qualify if he fished it and bump it down a spot, or him not showing up will open up the spot no matter what because he'll fall.
Come on. Huh?
Tell me what you're thinking about.
Besides being hung in a tree right now, hang on. I didn't hear you. What was?
Tell me what you're thinking right now.
Besides blowing the tournament, I don't know. I've had too many missed opportunities. I've lost 2 fish, had 2 fish hit right here, caught a keeper. They were here, you know, but and once again, I can't make them bite. You know, I don't know what else you do to a log on a flat, but put a square bill, a flipping stick, and a spinnerbait down it. I mean, I got one more log right here, and I may have just a few minutes to flip a dock on the way in, and other than that, we're done. And I've got 3 fish, and I got 3 for about 8 pounds maybe, and I seriously doubt that that's going to be enough. I've got 2 more keepers today, but it just didn't happen, and it's a bit frustrating, you know. I mean, to come this far and to have that good a lead and be on good enough fish, you know, and then to have a 5-pounder on today, I don't know. I don't know how the rest of the field has fared, but I've had a pretty tough day. I just feel like I wanted to catch 10 or 11 pounds today. You know, I figured that would have given me at least 16. There's only been 1 or 2 people caught that much during the tournament, and that would have probably been enough to done it. But I don't have it. So So we're going to take them to the scale, and we're going to put them up there, and we're going to smile, and we're going to say we had a really good tournament, and I have. I mean, I have had an outstanding tournament. When you lead this thing after 2 days with a 6-pound lead, there's really nothing to holler about. But when it come time to get the job done today, I just, I missed one there, and I missed one there, and I mean, it just, and I lost 2 up there in the creek.
Wish it had been
I could
have done a little better today. But
dead clean all week long. I've probably only caught 3 or 4 short fish.
Thoughts on the AOY race that you did so well?
Good times. Yeah, definitely when I won Angler of the Year is the highlight of my career. Hopefully I got another little mini run in me, you know what I mean? That's what we're going to keep our fingers crossed for. I'm very motivated, I will be honest with you, about the whole deal.
Right there, and that's going to be it. And I'm going to try and hit a dock on the way in real fast. So we're about 15 minutes from the takeoff right here, 15, 16 minutes from the takeoff, and I'm going to buzz through here, and I'm going to buzz around the dock, and that's going to be it.
Tell you what, Tommy Williams, just listen to his voice. Don't look at Bass Track. Don't look at his footage. He would be in 37th place out of 12 anglers today with how he's talked, but he is still in the lead, still has a shot to win this event, in the driver's seat to win this event. Something crazy would have to happen at the last minute for some of these anglers. There's 30 minutes left to check in. And it's probably 15 to 20 minutes of fishing time left.
Never did execute. Neely Henry, which was the last one, I ended up 17th there. And then here's been a little better than all of them. So I don't think I've got enough. I think I'm going to be a little short, but it's fishing. Try to improve here in the next 10 minutes.
I don't know.
That's about all I got left.
I mean, when you run, like I said, when you run a spinnerbait down it, you back it up with a square bill, and you flip in there and hang your flipping stick up, and I mean, I don't know. Tough. It's a tough call for me to come here. I didn't want to leave them holes up there. Those holes have been very, very, very good to me this week. I've caught a lot of fish out of, a lot of good fish out of those creeks. And I mean, when you catch 18 pounds out of a 50-yard stretch in a 4-foot deep hole, I mean, that's a bunch of fish in there. And I knew I was on the right fish. I mean, I wasn't catching big ones. I wasn't catching the little ones. I was just, them 3 and 4 pounders. Those were the right fish.
Tommy Williams has been fantastic on camera today, and he has gone through his entire mental process, and he has got one. That run to the ramp is going to be interesting for him as he tries to convince himself that he's out of this event, but he is still in it, in the lead, in fact. Guys like Brian New, Brandon Dillard try to chase him down today. It's been tough on the field. Lewisville has been stingy this fall, but still some big ones showed up. We should see some giants from Brian Clark. Haven't seen him today. Brandon Hollingshead, a great day for him. Only limit so far. Greg Hackney, Keith Combs, Tommy Williams. My apologies there. It's going to be a who's who at the weigh-in. We're going to watch and see who is crowned the champion. Tommy Williams in the driver's seat. This 5-pounder, huge fish for him today. Thank you for joining us on the BassPro.com Bassmaster Central Opens Live, presented by Nationwide. We'll see you at Lay Lake in a few weeks.